That brings us to there. Unlisted. Great. We're going to take this guy, copy it into here. Time. Stream time. Ooh. That link seems weird though. It's the only one we get. See what we get. Okay. And then we just wait 2 seconds for one person to come in and go, my guy, Stencil. And I go, God, it's you. Groovy. Okay. Okay, I feel like we're just gonna have to wing it. Go public. Put this into here. And then pray that a-okay. All right, we're live. There's my email. And now we just wait a second. Hi there, 5 people. I hope your day is coming along pretty good so far. 22 people. Oh my god. Where is the chat? All right. Hold on, my chat is not working. Thank you, YouTube live chat, please. Ah, there we go. Okay. Welcome. Will there be a new villain? Final next week on the season finale of Villain Week. Hey, Shenanigans, welcome. And Annie and the Moon and Alguin. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. I'm sorry if I didn't. Super Silver J, GG Gem, Phantom Brush 1022, Mooncat, Sky Girl Me, Julian, Teddy, Nate, Virginia, Jojo, Squid, Beefy Sock, Flower Pot Bread. Oh no, this is going a little faster than I can read. Um, Fireaga, Pizza Roll. Welcome, everybody. I hope you guys are excited. We have a pretty beautiful stream. hi. Welcome, Super Ninja and Alejandra and Shauna and Spy Girl. All right, so I'm a bit rusty, so you're gonna have to forgive um, my entire existence. How did I learn to animate? Through practice. Research Part 2 is amazing. Oh, awesome. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Okay. That's really calming. Oh, thank you. Ooh, I should check something over here actually. Check this and this. And that's starting. Okay, great. Whoop, whoop. Okay. So, how's my day? It's pretty good. Um, my whole day has been in preparation for this moment, so pretty nervous, but pretty excited. So, yeah, I think it's gonna be a good time. All right. I guess I can just kind of begin with the little intro that I'm gonna be doing. Am I gonna make more AC animations? I don't know. Short term answer is no. Long term is maybe. So stick around for that. How often do I play Animal Crossing? Not often enough anymore, unfortunately. Firaga. All right, like in the games. Thank you. Okay. So, welcome to today's stream, everybody. I'm your host, Denzel. Yeah, no, I missed the mark on that one. Oh no. Today we're going to be doing a bunch of director's commentary nonsense. It's going to be a good time. We have some fun stories, some fun stuff in the pipes. I had a whole thing prepared for this, but I forgot it. I forgot it. But you're in for a surprise. It's gonna be a good time because I have a really cool announcement to share with you guys. It's actually the reason why the entire video took as long as it did to come out, and yeah, it might be a big revelation for some folks, but probably not really. Oh no, this is a long note. But in it, we're gonna give you some answers as to just why the video took so long, and like some other random strife that we went through when working on stuff, and we're gonna complain about a lot of things, a lot of things with Sony Vegas, no Sony Vegas, Resolve, and Blender. Ooh, I hope you guys enjoy ranting about Blender. Oh no, how did it go again? So this note, and then it goes. Sorry, I practiced this like all month, and I could believe you ruined it. I'm a mess. I'm sorry. It'll be a good time. We got some fun stories to tell. I got some fun things to show you guys, and it's gonna be delicious. It's gonna be delicious. Wait. Yeah. So anyway, come on in. Hope you guys got all your stuff. Hope you guys got your treats. Because it's gonna be a long stream. It's gonna be a long stream. Using Vegas? No, I use I use Resolve, and I got some nonsense to share about Resolve. Anywho, wow, this intro was kind of botched. I'm sorry, but yeah, I tried to do this little soggy thing, but it didn't go that well. So, welcome to the stream, everybody. I'm your host, Denzel. Today we're gonna have a really fun director's commentary. It's gonna be filled with a lot of laughs, a lot of highs, a lot of lows, a lot of me crying, a lot of you guys going ooh, and then stuff in between. Feel free to ask questions. Feel free to just chat amongst yourselves. I'm probably gonna go off on wild tangents about how stuff worked and then didn't work and then worked again. So I hope you enjoy that. And yeah, I guess let's begin. No, I want to do that one bit. One thing. There you go. Okay. I'm going to put this piano away, and we will get into the fun of it. Come back next week, and I'll actually play a song correctly. Maybe. We're gonna shuffle all of this, and no, I want to shuffle it all. Play more. Shuffle. Yeah. One moment, I'll transfer your call. Okay. Welcome to the project. This episode is the series finale of the entire Animal Crossing series. I guess I can begin by saying, guys, you know how long I was waiting to make this episode? Ever since like Morning Turnips, I was like, wow, it'd be so cool to get to an episode where I get to do all of the nonsense that happens in this episode. I think that'd be pretty sweet, but I'm never gonna get to that point. Not today, not tomorrow, not... at least not before I die. I think that's a bit of a stretch. And then, you know, a year and some change later, here we are. So I'd like to begin by saying thank you all so much for sticking around and watching the series as long as you have. Um, I know a lot of you were here from the beginning when I did Lolly's Crafting, and um, yeah, it's crazy. It's been like 2 years since this series was started, and now we're here at the end of it, or at least at the series finale of the Reset series or whatever. And I'm pretty, I'm super proud of myself, of you guys, of it all coming together. And wow, I am, I am at a loss for words because, sheesh, that's crazy. We actually did it. Now, some of you keen observers might have noticed that this episode is a little bit long, maybe almost half an hour in length. And you might be wondering to yourself, wow, did this guy do this all in Blender? That's a crazy length to do in such a time frame with a program such as Blender. How did you do it? Well, the unfortunately the answer is I didn't actually use Blender to do this episode fully. I did most of the episode in the hit new program from around the block, Unreal Engine. I'm now a game developer, guys. It's true. It's happening. Oh man, what's a good map to? I guess Masks Island. No, Masks Island. Let's go into there. Yeah, it's happening. We've made the transition. I am now a game developer. I'm making the next Arkham Knight game. No, there's better examples out there. I'm making the next Gears of War. The next oh no. So many games are made in Unreal, and I can't remember any of them. Every game that's coming out in the next 20 months is oh no, please. So here's Masked Boys Island. It's actually not just a collection of little sets. It's actually Sonic shaped. Hold on. It's actually Sonic shaped, and I just built it like a Sonic map, and then put his house here, and then there's other stuff here, and the town hall over there, which you actually can't see from the top shot. Anywho, yeah, we this episode was done primarily in Unreal Engine, with the Blender being used to prepare assets and models and rigs and stuff, as well as character animations, and all of that was exported and then brought into Unreal here to do all of the set building stuff. Like, for example, you want to see where is it? Execution, like the big shots. The big shots where Meg goes, you messed with the wrong apricot, and then friggin' burns his entire life down. Oh no, it's fine. Yeah, it was all done inside of please. I've never streamed working in this program before yet, so please excuse any and all technical difficulties. Or should I say, any and all technical difficulties are fully intended. Pow, kazowie, kablam, kazoopy, kazwitch, wow. The building's gone. Yeah, the program or this episode was primarily put together inside of this program. It was what was able to let me do all of the effects and the long time length and a bunch of stuff that I in theory could do in Blender, but would have taken drastically longer to set up and make nice looking in Blender. Um, so at least in terms of video length, that's how I was able to pull off such a long episode um because yeah, we just built it in a different way than super linearly with Blender. Um, and it was a good time. It was a good time. Actually, it wasn't really a good time, but it was a good time. Roto asks, "Why did you change?" Okay, so the answer is a lot of emotions. It's pretty complicated, but basically, I was working on the last episode, so episode 9, part 1 or whatever, and I was running into a huge, like a large plethora of like behind the scenes issues that were always kind of like screwing me over at like various crucial steps in productions, and they kind of not never got better throughout the episodes. And during the last episode, not this one, the part 9, um, there were large portions of time when I'd have to like redo things because like something broke or Blender just couldn't handle something, or like I was trying to do something that I thought Blender could do, only to find out months later on that it actually can't do that, and I should have known somehow, and figured out a different solution, which was very not fun. Like the one of the bigger problems, and well, a big reason why this happens is because of Blender's lack of features in some certain regards that I have to kind of use add-ons to make up for, and eventually when you start using too many add-ons, then you can get into various complications with like how the program does anything, and uh, yeah, I was getting to a point where I was over relying on add-ons that were inadvertently also causing problems elsewhere down the line. Some add-ons would conflict and would cause problems. Like I was using this one to help me with animation, and there were times where I would spend 2 days animating a shot to come back the next day to find out that the last 20 versions of it are all corrupt, and I have to redo it from scratch again. And I'm like, Blender, I love you, but also I can't. You make it so hard. Um, and also doing an episode like this with this amount of work and time and shots and characters and everything like that, I'm like, I literally can't. I can't do something like this, at least with my workflow, or my style of workflow. I can't achieve an episode like this while working solely in Blender, because it would have taken months to render, forever to set up. There would be tons of problems. I can't do like a shot like this would have, please, would have taken forever to set up, forever to render, and would have caused me weeks worth of problems just to do. But in Unreal, it can just do it, because Unreal's like game engine. It can just do it. So in other words, yeah, I was reaching a lot of limitations with Blender, and the solution would have been either like going into programming and like trying to figure out how to make my own tools and add-ons and stuff to address some flaws and qualms that I have with Blender, or try Unreal, make the switch to another program that's more catered to do some of the things that I've kind of wanted to do. Excuse me, that I've wanted to do in Blender, but don't really have the knowledge or resources to do. So yeah, it was a bit of a executive decision that I think paid off pretty well. So that's actually why this episode took a little longer than it could have or should have. Actually, I don't want to say should have, because there's no hard deadline for any of these. But I lost like 2 months of time just trying to understand how to import animations into this stupid program, because It was the time. Every tutorial online is like, do it this way. Um, but it doesn't work, and it's just a big ball of nonsense. Yeah, so I spent 2 months trying to figure out how to just get animation to import correctly into this program, um, and that was a huge time waste or time sink, and it was very sad. Um, a magic person, I do read the chat, but not in the middle of long-winded answers. But yeah, it was a time. It was a time. All right. So, that was the big news. Yeah, we did this in Unreal. Um, I'm not. I don't. I want to play through the episode, but it's also half an hour, and that's kind of lengthy. But here in the beginning, everyone loves Isabine. Actually, I'm gonna swap over to this timeline, maybe. Yeah, we'll just watch this one because it's easier on the computer. So will this be the last AC animation? For the foreseeable future, yeah. I'm gonna do the movie, which is pretty much just gonna be. Oh yeah, I can talk about the movie for a hot second. Get ready for the movie, guys, because the movie is gonna be it's gonna be a compilation at heart. Not gonna lie about that, but I'm gonna add some new shots and scenes and kind of rework how the shorts fit together to help kind of with the um to help it make it a more fun viewing experience. So it's not just like watching a slap together comp. Um, but I'm also gonna add I'm gonna add some new shots and new scenes, and I was gonna live stream making those, so that I can actually like properly show you guys what it looks like to like write something, to animate it, to prepare it, to set it up, and to actually build shots, and show you guys a nice full behind the scenes curtain into how an episode is made, or something. Um, so yeah, look out for that. We'll probably start that um, next week, the week after, maybe. I don't know. I'm still kind of technically on break, so we'll see. But yeah, look out for the movie. It'll be a fun time, and it's gonna be a great day. Will the purple-haired girl, purple-haired major have more screen time? Um, I mean, she was the only one out of the three other villagers that I introduced that just didn't have her own thing. So she has the most screen time out of any villager, other than Mask Boy. So you can take that however you like. When the villagers were exiting town hall and reset part one, they were all making noise to a beat. Yeah, they were all screaming the word evict in Animal Leash, in Animalese. If you watched the previous episode, um, yeah, so that's where they all started yelling it. And it was a fun time. Could you go through how you organize your DaVinci workflow a little bit? It's interesting to see how a big project like these are organized. Okay. Oh no, so I was trying a new workflow with this episode because DaVinci screws me over quite a lot during big productions. Um, and this one's no different, guys. Did you know that I almost lost the entire project like like 2 weeks before it finished? Um, there was a day when I came across a critical bug in my instance of Resolve that corrupted the entire production or the entire project, and I couldn't open it. And for like maybe a day, I was in a panic trying to save it. And I'm like, oh my god, internet, help me, please. I don't do this my whole project. And everyone was like, don't worry, Donkey, we got you covered. Try this, and try this, and then try this thing, and then try this thing. And they were all like really complicated solutions of like go into the program files and like uninstall the program, like reinstall it, and like hack the FBI, and then come back and then do whatever. And I'm like, none of these are working, internet. somebody give me a real solution. And this other guy on some YouTube channel was just like, don't worry, I got the solution. And it turns out that Resolve's got some pretty nifty thing called project backups, where it will back up your project every hour, and then once every day, and then once every. Actually, no, it'll keep the backup from yesterday, the day before, and then hourly backups throughout the current day you're on. So you have a ton of stuff to go back to if your project fails. And I said, oh my god, thank you. And then I was able to save it and do all that fun stuff. Oh my god, Christina, thank you so much for that donation. I don't have enough words to talk about the talent it takes to put on an epic, or to put an epic series like this together over a 2-year period. So I'll leave it to one word that I understand, Pietro. Thank you so much, and same with you, leafing. What's your favorite advice for uni? Because I just started. Oh, I have no advice for uni. It'll be a fun time. Be sure to network and make a bunch of friends, or just vibe as hard as you can. That's the best I can give you. I'm sorry. So anywho, project saved. I was able to fix it. Back to the original question of how do you organize your projects. Yeah, it turns out that something that the way that I was trying to use Resolve, I don't know, I just had a bug at some point, and one of the VSTs that I had put on some of these tracks was crapping out, and then made the whole program crash or what have you, and it was rough. But for this episode, I didn't want to edit the entire project in one big timeline, because in the past I've kind of run into problems with performance, as well as just general like ease of making large editing changes to the whole thing. So I decided to edit it in smaller chunks and then just put those smaller chunks into one big timeline. So all of these clips are just they're just like condensed timelines that we do all the actual editing in. So these guys, let me get rid of this and this, and that can stay. So inside of each nested timeline is where I'll actually like edit all the shots together, do all the sound effects, and then in the main edit, which I can't click on now because it's gonna take a hot 7 years to reopen, is where the big main edit lives, and then we just keep everything organized as best as we can in the master media pool. We got a folder for all the sequence edits and anything or any specific shot stuff that we have to do. We have the final master edits. We have the version that's corrupt that I can't open, or I can now because I fixed the problem, but that was there. I had to do this whole thing where I had to like surgically export the program or the project and then re-import it in this very specific way so that I can save like 2 things in it and then rebuild it again. It was a mess. It was an absolute mess. It was a good time. we learned a lot. Like oh my god, I wish Resolve was better and more reliable, but it's unfortunately the best editing software I've used so far, so I can't leave it. Very fun relationship. Oosh. I've just been watching all your videos. Thank you. You're so talented. No, that's thank you. I appreciate that. How did you create your videos? It just looks so realistic. In the all previous episodes were animated and rendered out of Blender. And this latest episode was rendered out of Unreal. Well, it's animated in Blender still. Yeah. You recommend getting paid DaVinci? Only get the paid DaVinci if you find yourself like really liking the free version and see a need for like some of the more advanced stuff that it has. I am not too sure what things are part of the advanced, but like it's got some more nodes in like the color page. You can use some more effects in the effects tab. You can also use your GPU a little better or something. If you find the free version to do everything you need, then stick with the free version. But if you find yourself needing more advanced, like if you find yourself just continuously running into the walls of it going, oh, this is actually a paid feature, you're gonna have to use the paid, you're gonna have to buy the paid version, then contemplate getting it. But you can do a lot with the free version, so yeah, I wouldn't say it's the most necessary. But I use the paid version, so take my words with a grain of salt. And yeah, but I've also used the paid version for long enough to know to no longer know what's free and what's not. So I'm also the least qualified to to make the decision for you. Do you ever run Animal Crossing Island? I do, and I'm actually gonna have I'm gonna have a little fun Easter egg about it in this video coming up later. What time do you live in? I live in Eastern Canada. So right now it's 6:40 p.m. Were the Animal Crossing models made by someone else, or did you make them yourself? All the Animal Crossing assets, including the models and the all the furniture and the houses and the trees and the vegetation and everything, they were all taken from the game files. There's a wonderful, absolutely wonderful there's a guy on Reddit who's like, who was like, all right, world, here, take the Animal Crossing models. They're all exported in .dae file formats, and all the textures are also included for them. It's 11 gigabits, but y'all, they're all there. Y'all, all the models and assets. Though they're a bit cumbersome to navigate through because he just kind of straight exported everything into like a big folder. So you're gonna have to like learn how to navigate the files a little bit to find what you're looking for. But that's what I've been using and how I've been doing the whole thing, and it's been a good time. Oh no, I'm missing questions. Do you think I'll make any more? I'm not making videos anymore. Like we still have a bunch of stuff in the works that I think you guys will really enjoy. If you're a fan of this Animal Crossing series, and I think you'll like what I have planned next. So yeah, don't be sad. Be happy that it happened, because now we can get out while we're ahead and keep on keeping on. Does it have all the texture, all the mixed textures too? Yep, it has all the textures that you need. At least all the textures that come with every model. Yeah, should hopefully have everything you need. Let's go. But unfortunately, it's too late for me. Oh no, Roto. All right. Well, thank you for coming out and hanging out. Also, just feel free to throw them up in the Discord too. I hang out in there and answer whatever questions I can, even though I haven't even started the video yet, guys. All right, one last question, and then I'll get into story mode. Can/ are you do a Mask Boy face reveal? You don't want to see it. He has no face. Well, he technically does, but it's gonna be very anticlimactic. Will you hire additional animators to help you with your movie? I don't have to, because all the animation is pretty much done, except for anything new that they'll be adding. I also can't afford animators, so sorry guys. And I put the link in the assets in the chat. You can just Google Animal Crossing assets and then add the word Reddit, and you'll find it. It'll literally be the first link. Yeah, that'll be a good time. Can you give us some Mask Boy lore? I can't do that. So that's illegal. I can tell you I can answer any technical question about how these videos are made, but any lore questions, whatever you think is true is correct. Okay. What order do you watch the videos in? Just from oldest to newest. Lolly's crafting till the latest. Yeah, it only really becomes obvious that it's a series after morning turnips, maybe. Yeah. Okay. Favorite character in the series? Isabel. Look at her. She's so cute. So, episode. Here we have the first shot. Did you guys know that this first shot, well, technically, I didn't make it until way later. This camera move, this stupid camera move, oh my god. It was the most challenging thing to try to figure out how to do in Unreal since trying to understand the physics of how sliced bread works. Because Unreal, this really easy move, or this really simple looking move where the camera just going and spinning, it's very laggy, I'm sorry, just spinning and then looking up, it kept freaking out all the time. It literally said, I don't understand these rotations, I'm gonna give you the worst possible results. And I said, fine, I'll animate it in Blender and I'll import it here. And it said, bet. Yeah. But then we get to this bit. Yeah, and this shot was under development for like so long because I didn't know how it exactly was gonna look. All I know is that I needed a large amount of space between Isabel 1 and Isabel 2 here, and it was quite a time to figure out how massive is the in between. Oh, it goes on forever. It just goes on forever. It's like the back rooms. You have to teleport into it and then out of it rather than finding a door somewhere else. But yeah. So this movie be the same as the series, or will it be entirely new? It's just, the movie is just a compilation. It's not going to be anything like fresh. It's not going to be an hour and a half of like fresh Animal Crossing content because that's going to take me too long to do. Like I wanted to be more clear about that, but at the same time, I'm like, nah, we'll be vague. Let people sweat. What do you plan on doing now that the series is done? Taking a short break, kind of. I gotta do a bunch of wrap-up stuff for the Animal Crossing series, and then I wanted to do some tutorials on the side channel on like how to, I don't know, do the face switcher stuff in Blender and how to work with the models and how to do some stuff. Yeah, just finishing up some promised content that I loosely promised throughout the year, and then we're off to different pastures, which I think you'll enjoy. Did you get your daily hydration? Yeah, I got a water bottle right here. Clink clink. Good times. There's one high-tech island in the between. Yeah, we love Tom Nook's in between island. How do you plan on joining the scenes together? I don't know. Come to the live streams and we'll find out. What else we have? Yeah, we got this thing with this big shot. It was this, I made this last. It was one of the last shots that I put together because I, for the longest time, was like, yeah, I'm just gonna do this whole thing in Blender. It's gonna be a Blender only shot. I'm gonna animate it and render it in Blender, because I have no idea how I was gonna do anything like this in Unreal. And then I said to myself, you know what? Let's just take a break. Let's come back to it way later when you know more of how the program works, and then give it a tackle if you want to do it. And I said, cool, sure, we'll do that. And it came out looking pretty fire, pretty fire. We have all this stuff and the intro and the islands. Hold on, quick side detour. I gotta show you guys how these islands were made. Go into yonder and then into Gooby. Where did you save the islands to? I don't remember. It's not here. islands. How am I doing? I'm doing great. I'm doing delicious. Did I steal your island? Sorry, I don't know how to steal. So, the islands were animated in a program called Cavalry. For some time, I was trying to figure out or find a better, not necessarily better, but different animation software to After Effects. I've been trying to just get away from Adobe stuff for personal reasons, and literally in the last like month or so of working on this episode, I came across this program, and it's free. It's an animation software that can do vector animation stuff in it, and it's basically just After Effects, but with some cooler features. And I'm like, okay, cool. Let me try to animate the tree in it, and if we can do that here, then I think that'll be pretty neat. Because there is this side tangent where I tried to animate the trees inside of Resolve here using the Fusion tab, because this gets touted as being a great After Effects replacement where you can do motion graphics and other cool animations. And guys, I kid you not, this was the worst experience of my life trying to animate anything in this in this tab, because it was just the most confusing thing I'd ever experienced, and all the tutorials online are just everybody going, yeah, it's just like that, dude. Either get with it or get out. And I'm like, okay. Anywho, so we animated all the trees inside of here. So we got the normal tree, which just looks like this. Oh no, my frame rate is kind of garbo because I have like 4 programs open that are all taking up my CPU. Can you name the animation software? Yeah, sorry, this is called Cavalry. Spelt Cavalry. Yeah, sorry, I'll just remember to write in the chat. Cavalry? Yeah, just the regular way you spell cavalry. It's free. It's got it's not open source or anything, but it is free, and they have a free and a paid version, with the paid version having some more professional oriented features like Google Sheets importing and stuff, and nothing I really needed. Yeah, we animated the trees in here. So we got the default tree doing the default dance. We got the empty tree doing the empty dance. We got the wind blowing, the tree blowing in the wind dance. We got the falling tree, which I always thought looked really goofy, but yeah, it was funny enough for me to keep. And then the burning tree, which is doing the default dance as well. All the trees were animated in here pretty much in one go, and then sprinkled throughout the video as the video went on. Yeah, it's pretty good time, pretty delicious. Is that Redbird? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, you can research your island. You guys, don't let this animation series influence the way you play your game. All right, have fun out crossing the way you want to have fun. Yeah, and then we get to this scene, Bidoo, with Isabel going, yeah, I'm just kind of feeling a little bit lost. This whole sequence is kind of a little bit of an homage to Isabel's dream, where she's just talking about a dream with another character, and he goes, "Wow, that's pretty crazy. That's pretty wild." And then we get this fun little hilarious joke written by our wonderfully good friend, the Moon. That drew this. Look at it, guys. Look at it. Oh man. Fantastic. Literally saved the entire production. And then everything else is kind of just regular chit-chatting. Oh, actually, other fun fact. This was the first scene that I tried figuring out how to like do in Unreal. I can even literally open it up for you. Bam. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It's the interior. Don't say it. Isabel being smug is so nice. We love Isabel smug. Smugabelle. Who inspired me to terraform my island and continue playing the Animal Crossing? All right. I hope it looked beautiful. Oh, yeah. Sorry. So every time I open this level, we get all this fire, because we do set switching during the sequence to the mask boy with the smoke in the next sequence. So just imagine this not there. Instead, look at it like this. So yeah, so here we have the whole thing. It's literally just the sequence. They're just talking and hanging out, and we just have cameras that we just have like 80 cameras that we just cut back and forth between. Don't mind their dancing. There's it's a bug in Unreal Engine. Yeah, we have the whole scene playable inside of Unreal Engine. And except for this shot, because I had to do that outside of the program, because good lord, trying to figure out how to do this stupid this idea inside of one program, impossible. Literally it just won't let me do it. Okay, that's not true. I could figure it out, but it was too much labor, so I did it somewhere else. Oh wow. Thank you, Pumpkin Hauler. Thank you so much. Do you consider Unreal easier to learn and to work with than Blender? Oh, okay. I'm glad you asked. No. Good God, no. If anybody tells you that Unreal Engine is an easy program to learn, they're lying. Do not believe them, because this program is literally a brick wall of a learning curve to try to get through. All the documentation kind of just assumes that you're like an experienced developer that just knows what they're doing. So like everything's just vague enough to kind of give you a general sense of like how something works, but then like doesn't explain anything enough to actually like troubleshoot anything when things break. Like this timeline down here, it's called the sequencer. You can Google this thing for years and never fully understand how any of it works, but it talks to like everything. It talks to this window, it talks to the scene, to the content browser on the side, it talks to the properties in some way. You can do this whole thing where oh my god, like this stupid thing where I have this line here which is called dialogue. Each one of these little keyframe dots, if it declicks, is actually just a little code thing that fires off. Oh, actually, I don't even need to move the window over. You'll still see it. It's a bunch of code that just kind of gets spat off every time the playhead kind of goes over one. Tell me why I spent a whole like 3 days trying to figure out how to get on-screen text inside of this program, just so that I can get this thing up here of just just some indication of what line they're saying, so that I can block out the scene and timing and all that fun nonsense. And if I play the scene, damn it, please. If we play the scene, then it pops up as text at the bottom. Guys, there's like one tutorial online on how to do something like this, and it's a 2-part tutorial series with both videos being 40 minutes long, explaining a way to do this that doesn't even work, because he's using an older version of Unreal. And then I ended up coming across like some blog posts written last year by some like spider game developer that was like, oh yeah, here's my way on how to do this, and it was this method. And I just only happened to come across it by finding a thread about somebody asking some other unrelated question that linked to this blog post written 2 years ago, and that it had the method that I'm using today. Um, there was some other guy that also made a plugin that pretty much did exactly what I needed it to do. Like you can add little blocks of text in the timeline thing to do subtitles, and I'm like, sick, dude. Sorry, it actually turns out it hasn't been updated since like 2018, so it doesn't work with any of the latest versions of the software, and I cried a lot, guys. There was many tears shed with working in this program. But anywho, Unreal Engine, not easy to learn, not impossible to learn. It's very very powerful software. Can do a lot of wacky stuff, which I will show more of as we go. But just know that it's Blender is like Blender is kind of like a Honda Civic of of, of software. You know, it'll get you from point A to point B pretty reliably. And if you need to do more, then you can tune it up in different ways to be a little faster or be a little like, you know, drift a little better, or I don't know, do some cool stuff. Unreal is like a spaceship where the manual is like the length of the spaceship, and it's all in hieroglyphics. You can figure it out, absolutely, but you're pretty much on your own, and you gotta get to space with that. So it's a good time. It's a great time. But we'll show you more of that as we go. So yeah, it's like a shot like this. In theory, I could do in Unreal. It has a bunch of tools and workflows and stuff to, in theory, do something like this in Unreal. Because I wanted this very specific look of the camera moves up and the picture looks like it's part of the scene because it's tracked in, and then only not mask boy, only Nook is masked out in the shot so that he's like talking over the thing, and then we get the beautiful little tasty, and then she fades in, and then it all fades away. In theory, doable in Unreal, but requires like 2 plugins, and both plugins aren't documented well enough to understand how they work and how to do something like this. And all the research that I have done on it shows that it's a very complicated process anyways. So I say, okay, we'll do it somewhere else. Anywho, it's a good time. Nook's phone is really shiny here, and I was gonna make it less shiny, but I didn't. He leaves, which, fun fact, he doesn't even actually leave. He just kind of slides out of frame. Bye. Wow, look at him go, and then he just teleports over here. Wow, what a wizard. And then she goes, wait, Nook, you are the best friend I've ever had. And he goes, bet. And she says, bet. Anywho, so they mingle, they talk, and it's a good time. This phone gag, where as soon as he leaves, the phone rings. I was gonna do a thing where I get this thing. It's like I do like this glitch particle effect that looks like this. Oh, you can't even really see it. That's a garbo. Matt, can you give me so boop. Boop, boop. Ah, dang. Yeah, it is sad music. Oh well. It was gonna be this effect that made the phone like kind of glitch out and do like a little pixelated kind of effect, but in actual practice, it kind of did the opposite, where the phone looked fine and the desk was coming out pixelated, and you can also see it kind of flying out the window as well. Actually, do I have footage of it? I think we do somewhere. Huh? 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 Hmm? Hold on, we're exploring. Oh yeah, there's also this fun problem of first frames being weird, uh, and then the next frames being fine if you work them enough. But we'll rant about that later. Okay, the phone isn't doing a weird thing here. Wait, it is. All right, you can like very kind of see it. Um, Moral of the story is the phone was gonna glitch out, and then it was gonna have a weird distorted phone ring that got normal again, but we didn't do that because we're kind of lazy. So got him. And then oh my god, wait, can I make this run any better? It's already off. All right, fine. What if we turned off the entire world? Mm-hmm. All right. So, this music is good taste. It's literally just all the Animal Crossing music and then Gravity Rush 1 and 2. Oh, actually, and Jet Set Radio somewhere, but they're few and far between because there's only 8 songs. This shot, she comes in, she just hits him with the yeah, and she pants. All right, so fun little tidbit of knowledge. So this sequence was actually the sequence that I used to like test all the rendering on, how to render out of Unreal. So the folder for all these renders is like 80 gigabytes or something. This whole project for this entire episode is like half a terabyte. Because we love data and it just generates too much of it. But the first time I animated this, her screen left hand, so this guy on here, kept doing this weird thing where it kept turning 90 degrees. And oh wait, do I have? I'm pretty sure I have footage of that. Please, please. I don't know if this one does it. She rolls in, and then does it happen? It doesn't happen. I guess I fixed it somehow. Garbage. Alright, you're gonna have to take my word for it. Everything was going great, and then her hand started freaking out, and I said, Isabel, what's going on here? And she's like, I don't know, I'm feeling kind of sick. Right there. This problem right here. Her hand just goes like that. That happens in the final. You could actually see it a couple times if you're looking for it. But oh my god, I could not fix this. I could not fix this, guys. I cannot tell you how long I spent animating something and then porting it over and then seeing that her hand does that, and then crying for a while. Oh, I didn't even explain the how I solved the animation import problem, but we'll get to that later. Yeah, all was well and delicious. So this sequence was what we used to kind of just test how rendering works and how I'll get anything out of the program. So I re-rendered this like several times. There's also this fun problem where I found out that her face animation kept like fading into itself whenever she like opened or closed her mouth. So we're getting tons of that problems. And then she vibes. This shot, I was also like, oh, how do we do like big set changes? Because that'll be fun to figure out. And oh boy, was it. Hold on. We got the goods. We got the goods, guys. I promise. Give me this, and then give me this, give me this, give me this, give me this and this, and literally just turn everything on. Thank you. All right, so we have this. So I want to do this fun thing, all right, where she's talking on the phone, having a good time, and then we cut to outside where Colton and Nook are having a conversation, and she goes, "Oh snap, who's on the phone with me?" Dramatic music plays, etc. And I was trying to learn how to do stuff like this because I'm like, wow, we're working in Unreal. We can just do this. To do this in Blender means having to set up, you know, this shot in its own file, this shot in its own file, and this shot in its own file, and every single shot to its own file. But we can do it all here for fun, and for free. How do I turn set stuff on or off? Internet. And it turns out, although you can group things in Unreal, you can't actually like animate the group's visibility inside of the outliner here. You have to make a level, and then you put everything in the level, and then you turn the level on and off in the sequencer. It's very, very, very bizarre when you first start getting into it. But then as you go, you kind of realize that it's you can actually do a lot with it. Like a lot, which I still haven't even scratched the surface of. So it's a time, but that means you also have to have a track that just turns levels on or off, or like big chunks of groups on and off, and that's neat because it looks funny to watch from a third person perspective, where everything is fine. We have the sky super duper foggy so that we can get god rays coming through the window, literally specifically just for this. Guys, you know how expensive god rays are to render in Blender? Years of render times. In Unreal, seconds. Anywho. Yeah, so we have the set change to a set that only works from specifically this angle. It's the front of the town hall with the back technically cut out, and the interior chopped up with the desk turned 40 degrees or whatever, so that we could get the desk kind of a little bit in the window here, and then we cut back and it's all well and dandy. And we do the same thing for all the mask shots too, where we just cut to the scene where everything is turned off and Mask is just standing there with his beautiful red light, and then cutting back to Isabine. There was a fun little problem with. It's not technically a problem. It's an intended and expected result because of the way that that these programs like rendering algorithms work or whatever, which basically means if you cut from one scene to another, you see that faded yellow light that kind of just pops in and then slowly fades away. That's because Unreal's lighting system goes, all right, for every frame I have to reevaluate my lighting conditions, and in here we have spotlights and roof ceiling lights and all that fun stuff, and then here we don't have them anymore, but the information of like how those lights light the world still kind of remain for some frames, so it slowly fades out. And that also translates into rendering as well. You go to render a shot and it cuts to a new frame and it has to recalculate all the lights again and goes, oop, here's all the red light that you got from that scene, but in the next frame. And it's kind of like a little frustrating thing that you got to deal with. You gotta have to like work Unreal like an instrument when you're rendering stuff, because some shots you gotta give them more. It's called temporal samples. Basically, it's just letting the engine do more calculations before it actually exports a rendered frame. But doing so, letting it do that, adds a bunch more render time. So it's a bit of a mixed baggerino of like, I don't know, program working and option tweaking and all that fun nonsense. So anyway, they talk, they mingle. Isabel goes, oh my god, who's this? We do the hex code thing. Somebody commented that hex codes are supposed to have 6 characters in them, and I said, "You're right," and I didn't fix it. So we're one value short, but they do pronounce the actual correct hex code, which is for that shade of red. It's yeah, DA and then 4 zeros. Yeah. Mask Boy comes on back, and we get Mask Boy again. He does this neat thing. This shot was done way later, so I could figure out how to do the smoke stuff and these particle things, and make Mask's eyes glow. We had a whole fun problem of trying to get his eyes to glow, and they just weren't working for quite a while because I was doing a dumb and texturing the wrong portion of the texture for his eyes, and then I eventually got it working, and it looked pretty cool. But yeah, it's delicious. Oh no, chat on screen is gone. Oh, that's funky. It should be here, but apparently it's disappeared. Guys, what happened to chat? There you go. So yeah, chat went to the back rooms, please. But yeah, it's a delicious time. Use light maps. I did use light maps. This whole thing uses light maps, or technically virtual light maps, because Lumen likes the virtual ones a little nicer to make the shadows look a little better and handle ambient occlusion a little nicer, with a bit of a performance hit. But I'm rendering out of this, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, it's a time. It all just comes down to those dang samples, and we hate the samples. Oh, there's also the other fun problem, which is this smoke. It uses the new Niagara fluid system to do all the smoke, and then I found out that it doesn't actually get affected by the camera's depth of field. I wanted to do this thing where like we have super duper shallow depth of field where the camera goes fully blurry, but it turns out you can blur everything you want and everything will still be fully in focus. Which was no good for later sequences, so we didn't actually end up using most, or like this kind of light particle system throughout most of the episode. And it's kind of sad because it looks really good, it runs really fast, but oh well, maybe in the future. What else is there? So they vibe. Ooh, okay, and then there's this shot which happens right here. So Mask Boy is standing in a sea of fire. All right, there's just 2 fire things that are behind him, and the camera's out of focus. And then there's these DIY burning cards that are kind of fluttering around through the air. You can't see it at all in the video, but these are actually the DIY cards that have the garbage recipe on it from Lolly's Crafting. And there was one specific take where one of the cards was actually in focus and flew past the camera, and I'm like, that looks so good, and it never did it again, and I was too lazy to actually animate a card doing that. but yeah, I thought it'd be fun to know. This was the cards that were flying in the air with DIY cards. And then what else was there? And then we got the Mask Boy's shot where there's a big old Mask Boy turning around and doing a big old Thanos snap. He actually is just a very massive Mask Boy doing a big old massive Thanos snap. His hair has it was supposed to have hair physics on it, like the little spikes on it were supposed to jiggle, but because I'm scaling up his model, it came in bald, so I had to not have the hair physics later, but it's a good time. It was a good, delicious time. And then we come back to Isabel. She says the thing, and then Nook does the thing, and then it's regular Nook again, doing the Nook, standing in the Nook place. Oh no, was that phone always there? Hold on. Oh my god, guys, the phone. It's in the black. There's a. The phone Isabel's holding is right here, floating in the air, and I didn't notice that until literally right now. But that actually made its way into the edit here, seen by this thing here at the side. I'm sorry. Yeah, it was a good time. We learned a lot. Nook does the fun thing. He says the thing. Other fun little fact. Nook's his name tag here. For a long while, I forgot to swap the stranger here from Tom Nook to stranger. And I almost released a video with that, because I overlooked a small detail. But then we caught it, and then we switched it to stranger. I was also gonna do a thing where every line of dialogue that Nook says here, this name tag was gonna change to a different name. So it was gonna be like stranger, and then just a line of question marks, and then just like friendly friend question mark, rover question mark. Kind of to imply like she's trying to think of who it might be. But I ended up not doing that because I kind of got lazy, so we moved on. But yeah, Nook comes along, he says the things, and it's all sweet and dandy, and it's all like, wow, you gotta get here, and she says, here, what do you mean here? And he goes, follow my instructions. And then we get to the next sequence. Oh. There's also going to be some other stuff I was going to talk about in Unreal that I was going to show you guys, but now I don't know where to introduce it. Yeah, I'll probably later. So next we get this scene where we get to Meg's house. So we had this fun problem where the normal map that makes up the stucco wall for this type of house design was causing a bunch of like weird shadow artifacting, because every single kind of like polygon or triangle on the actual house model was being accentuated, and shadows were being seen on all the seams. And I'm like, that's disgusting. I'm gonna have to fix that. So we did by retexturing the house's surface in Substance Painter, and then just bringing that over here into Unreasonable. And it looked okay. So Meg comes along, she runs in, she does a slide step or whatever. This was a complete cheat so that I didn't have to animate as much. I was originally going to intend for her to just like walk up to the house and then like stop, turn around, and then like grab the door and then like open it and like walk inside and do the whole door walking in animation thing. But then I started animating it and I went, that is a lot of work. I'm just gonna do the easiest thing possible, which is she runs in, does a slide stop, hints at touching the door, and then we just jump cut to Isabel's reaction, and you know, save us time and money and sanity, because we gotta leave our animation chops for more important shots like the hug. But it was it's a delicious time. Will there be a reset part 3? Guys, what do you think would happen in a reset part 3? The story has concluded. Everyone's living their best lives. Mask Boy doesn't have a Switch anymore. Oh, thank you, Bob. I really appreciate you stopping by to say hi and saying the sweet things. Yeah, we do this thing. Then next up we do this thing where she turns all the lights off, and then Isabel goes, "Oh, wow, snap! Let me get in there." She walks up, she does the yell, she looks around, she decides to play sneaky robber, breaks into house, and then is in. Um, this was actually a pretty nifty set because I don't often do a lot of nighttime rendering, but I'm like, oh, I really want to make this scene look pretty nice. I was also intending to like make a big, excuse me, like a big Meg island that I was going to use to populate with a bunch of smaller sets to, to do these kinds of shots. But that ended up not being super necessary because I could, or because I ended up not needing to have to see most of the island anyways. So we just kind of made little mini sets. Where are you? Meg house exterior. Don't save. So here we have the exterior of her set. That looks a little something like yonder, and it's super laggy. I'm super sorry. But yeah, Isabel stood here when she was doing the thing, looking at the house like that. And then she walks in all the way over yonder, and then to do this shot, because we unfortunately can't just like put the camera in the house, and because there's nothing in here. It's a very tiny box. We have to do the next best thing, which is deleting the house and adding in a big long tunnel with the door here, so that when we see it through the camera, it's a big long hallway rather than a tiny room thing. And I love this shot so much. I reuse it in so many episodes, and by so many I mean maybe 3. It was first done in The Great Pietro when Mask Boy leaves his house. I did it later on in this episode as well during the when she breaks into Mask Boy's house. Did I do it anywhere else? Maybe. I can't really remember. But also these shots require so much prep because I have to like model. I usually have to always model these tubes to fit the door that they're going to be used in. So we often can't just wing these shots. We have to plan them, which I hate. I love winging shots. Like this shot, complete accident. I put the camera in the door and I'm like, oh, that's so cute, seeing your little eyes through like the little window. That's pretty fun. We'll go with that. Which was a nice time. Which is a nice touch, a nice thing. Here's so much. Oh, great, Kathleen. I'm glad you guys liked it. But yeah. All right. Moving forward, we got, and then we're inside the house. Ooh, okay. This was a fun time. See, I'm not a super stranger when it comes to how video games do multiple like levels within a level kind of thing. Less so nowadays because we have technology, like because engines have come a long way where we can make bigger maps more efficiently. But before, in the past, and in some of the Animal Crossing games, they would do sets or various game levels by putting in all the little sets into like one big level, and then just kind of teleporting the player into whichever one they needed to go into. So Meg's house, or Meg's interior, is like, we just have all the little rooms all just kind of spread out in a grid, with the camera cutting in between, or cutting it in and out of in between them. So we got the main lobby, which I was going to show more of. I wanted to do a shot where it's just kind of like a POV of Isabel just looking around, but I couldn't make it look nice enough to make it nice enough. But also, let me show you the reference. Let me show you the reference, guys. It's a good time. All of these rooms were just load recent. all of these rooms were inspired by rooms that I stole from people that sent me them. So here's the reference board for various rooms in that I was referencing. So the living room was designed after this from, I believe, Blue Pixel in the Discord. Thank you very much for sending your stuff in. Somebody on Twitter sent me this. Somebody on Twitter sent me this. This was from a friend's place, and I thought it was very funny, so I decided to do it. This was from the guy who did this one because I liked his rooms, but we didn't do it fully. I just kind of stole some ideas and then kind of sprinkled in some of my own. And then reference for outdoor scenes were also sent in from Twitter. Yeah, it was a good time. It was we'd actually got reference for some of the rooms and scenes, even though I didn't make enough outdoor stuff look this pretty because it's really easy to make the stuff in game because everything is just ready to go in game. But like for me to recreate this is kind of a nightmare. Like I have to get all the trees and the plants and the tiles and then the furniture and then all this stuff and texture it all. And I never had the pine trees in the game or in any of the videos because I didn't want to have to set up another tree. The time it took to set this one up was already enough to drive me nuts, so I didn't do it. We also needed the bushes and all these vegetables. I was gonna do more vegetables, but I didn't. I'm sorry. I didn't have the vegetables. We cut out the bucket in as well, but we didn't do the bucket. And this thing was, these things are such a pain in the butt because it's like one texture and then another texture for the top part. And I also wanted to get the lotus, but we didn't do that. Turns out this thing, everybody's got these picnic blankets in their things. And I'm like, wow, where is it? I'm like, wow, I want a picnic blanket. And then I found out that unfortunately this is probably done by somebody putting a pattern down. So I'm like, fudge, how am I gonna do a blanket? Because I needed it for the last shot. Yeah, without having a picnic. But we didn't do that, so we just kind of moved on with our lives. But anywho, back to the thing at hand. Oh no, please get rid of this. I don't need to close this anymore. Absolute stress, guys. Where are we? So yeah, Isabel, she's standing in the house. We got her going through all these different rooms in the house. Ooh, this was a fun room because I actually figured out how to do the particle system for it. Look at it. Spicy. And then what else do we got? Then we got the actual main room with all the fun stuff happening. Turns out there's a bunch of stuff I put on this desk that we actually never even got to see. Meg has a froggy chair in her room, canonically speaking, at least. What else was there? Oh yeah, we have the switch, and then the lamp that is not working nicely. Pretty cool. The Sanrio bed. Wow, look at that amazing lava room. Truly groundbreaking technology here. Where was it? Meg House and Isabel doing the come on, where is it? Doing the gorgeous. All the rooms don't have ceilings on them. I kind of just assumed you would never look at it, so I never added one. Yeah, that's it. Do the expansions too. Oh man, oh, that's another thing. I wanted to like just add in as much like Animal Crossing stuff as I could, while also still trying to wrap up everything that I already set up, which also is why, or is also what contributes to this video's length. But there was just so much stuff that I couldn't add or I couldn't do. Like I wanted to make reference to Happy Home Designer. I wanted to make reference to more crafting stuff and maybe do some more stuff in the museum. And I at the end here, I really wanted to include all the other villagers that would be on Masked Island, like Timmy and Tommy and the Sable Sisters and Blathers and stuff. But I'm like, it would have just been way too much. The video is already super duper long, and I can't. I unfortunately didn't have the bandwidth to make as as in-depth of a narrative as I was hoping to do. But it's okay. Because we do the bare minimum, which is Isabel breaking the Matrix. So we get to this fun scene, and this was all super duper planned to a T, I guess. Where she comes in, she says it's empty. Actually, this whole sequence was supposed to be significantly shorter. I wasn't supposed to do all these rooms. She was just supposed to kind of walk in, maybe look at like one or another, and then just immediately go upstairs. I was also going to do a thing where it was a POV of her walking up the staircase and then turning the corner to then see the room. But we didn't do that because animating the camera in Unreal, it was a pain in the butt. So we opted for the easier route of she just looks left and right. Will the mask ever come back? Find out next time on whatever series we do next. But yeah, so we have the player disappearing, and then the TV turning on, and all these fun things. If you freeze frame, you can see a real footage of scientists working on the next video, as well as... Oh wait, no, it was earlier. Where'd you go? Where is it? Where is it? There it is, as well as a spoiler for the end of the video on the TV. I also wrote little text in the corner, but you can't even read it, so I didn't end up making it any more legible. But we get the TV. The sounds of the television doing all this funky nonsense. I was trying to look for like that kind of sound effect, and ended up not finding it, but knowing that I actually have a tune in my library of resources that has exactly that. Where is it? Okay, it's gonna be a lot of noise, guys, so bear with me here. Haley Labs, it's from the album 2YR colon 40 28 649, and it's the song, I think, Wasn't All There. Yeah. And this song is neat because it kind of interchanges between oh no, where'd you go? Come back to me, Haley Labs. Here you go. And this song's kind of neat because it cuts back and forth between regular music and then like a radio station. And I thought it was neat, so I took this and cut it up. Look, give it a whirl. If you're a fan of strange electronic music, it's a good time. Back to yeah. So that's how we did the sound effects for that, but we'll get to sound later. Oh, this shot as well. I really wanted to do a thing where Tom Nook's his speech bubbles, instead of them being like a 2D graphic on screen, they were going to be actually like 3D, loading in the actual shot around the Switch. I was also going to up-res this Switch to have this look a lot cleaner, but I ended up not doing that and just kind of forgetting about it. And yeah, then we have this shot, which is like my favorite shot in the entire episode. I've heard grabbing the Switch and doing the... I was also contemplating changing the logo on this to something funny, but not doing it also seemed thematically on point, so we didn't do that. But how did we do this? Because Isabel's head is too big to have her hands touch the Switch like that. Are you guys ready for some fun nightmare fuel? Over here. So we have Isabel. She walks up to the Switch, to the Swanch, and then she stops, and then a new Isabel without a head. Actually, technically with a head. It's very small, all right? It's right. It's just right. It's just right there in her neck. As she grabs the switch. That's how movie magic is done, guys. And same thing with these angles, because I needed to actually have the camera over her shoulders to zoom in on the Switch's screen. But Isabel's ears are in the way, so we just have her head tilted back in hopes that her ear physics don't actually like wobble in the way. Oh no, don't crash on me, Unreal. Please. Please. Please, not while my friends are watching. All right. Yeah, so we had her ears kind of for some takes of these shots, her ears would flop into frame, and we had to fanoodle it all in a way so that that didn't happen, and that was pretty fun. But she does the Switch thing. I just recorded footage of me using my Switch. Meg canonically uses light mode and likes all of these games on screen. She goes into the thing, and then we had to get Isabel. I also kind of wanted to up res this as well, since it's kind of hard to make out Isabel, but it's fine. That would have required editing the footage, exporting it, and importing it into Unreal just to have it on the Switch so I could render it on this out of Unreal. It's time. It was too much work. How do you make the enemy's voice for the villagers and NPCs? I've actually been reusing the sound effects or the sound blips from previous videos, but I've made an instrument, like a little Animalese instrument for Isabel and for two of the other villager types. I think sassy girls and gentle boys, because it turns out almost every character that I have coincidentally is uses the same voice profile, but just at different pitches. So Tom Nook, Pietro, Timmy and Tommy, and Colton and Hippix and Hippo, they all use the same voice type. So I just have to make one voice kind of chunk, which sounds and looks a little lot like this. Audio, sound effects, Isabel. Oh, or is it in here? Dialogue. So I just have a bunch of gibberish, and then I just cut this up and then pitch bend it and use it throughout the video. But if you remind me when we get to music, I'll show you actually how it works in better detail. But yeah, we just made some voice clips, and then we use that throughout the series. I can't use that here, right? Actually, no. We're gonna look at it here. So, Switch. She's using the Switch. She's hitting the buttons. I have a version of the shot that looked a lot nicer, but required an unhealthy, concerning amount of room dust, so I didn't do it. But yeah, she hears the thing. I was also planning on doing a shot where we see the house from the main menu's perspective. It's kind of just to pay more homage to the last episode with doing the title screen thing there, but didn't do that. Went the easier route and just did it with sound. So she vibes. We have Colton doing the default Fortnite dance. I originally thought this was a funny gag, but then in the middle of animating him, I said to myself, this is actually a lot of work for a blink and miss it gag, so we're gonna milk this some other way. So we put it at the end of the video, as well as made a little TikTok short thing for it as well. But Colton, look at him go, yeah, me. And the funny thing about it is that now I just kind of have that animation for him, and I can literally just go into I can just take him. Actually, wait, no. Where's the dance? Give me the dance. Where did I put it? It was in here. This is sequence 5. There he goes. Look at him. With his face. Wait, no, put this guy here. With his face. Fine, don't do the dance. Do the dance. Do the dance, Colton. Dance for everybody. Look at him go. And it was the funniest thing I had made in the entire show. Even though he's not even, he doesn't even hold on the ending long enough, and he starts dancing too early, and he's a good time. Anywho, so we had that little joke where of that I had to go and remake all of this graphic stuff because the background itself is just rendered out of Unreal, but all the other graphic stuff I had to render out and export and import, and this nonsense. Ooh, this shot kept crashing every time I tried to render it. We would do this set change, and then Isabel would just break, and then nothing else would work. So I had to render it in 2 pieces, the first half, and then from this cut onward in another scene, which I thought was pretty lame, but also fine. Nook, he does a wave, and then we get this hug. All right. Very cute. I was so afraid to do this, to render, to animate this shot for months. I wrote it in the script, and I'm like, that's going to be so cute. It's going to be the cutest thing in all the land. Everyone's going to love it. And it's going to be great. And then the closer and closer I got to actually needing to do it and to animate it and set it up, I got progressively more and more frightened because I'm like, I've never animated a hug before. So yeah, we took a lot of gambles with it. I literally the day of, I just kind of opened up Blender and I'm like, all right, guys, it's hug time. Find a bunch of reference, and where is it? The hug. I literally like opened up YouTube, looked at like 2 videos of some hug reference, because I'm like, yeah, I want her to run up to him and then to do the spin, because I think that'd be pretty cute. Please, Blender, help me help myself. And then we did it. So it looked pretty okay. I thought it looked pretty decent. Wait, how do I do this again? There you go. Yeah, so she runs up and oh wait, give me this, get rid of that, get rid of this. And then yeah, so she just kind of runs up and they do a little hug thing, and like it's great, but also not, because their heads are so big that like you can't like neatly make them do an action like this without them clipping in a super strange way. But yeah, but it ended up working out pretty okay, and I'm like, all right, hot diggity dingoes, Batman, we're getting a thing. So yeah, it ended up turning, it came out pretty okay. Better than I hoped. Isabel does a lot of sliding in it, which is fine. And she also still holds the Switch. I was also gonna do a thing this whole sequence where on the Switch, if you ever like saw it, you'd be able to see the 2 of them kind of in the settings, but I didn't end up actually making that, so big sad sorry. When's the movie plan to come out? Whenever it's ready, but I'm gonna live stream all of it or most of it, so you should be pretty you will be kept in the loop of its progress at most stages. Liking the shot, it makes it impactful. Thank you, I'm glad you do. Actually, it was kind of funny because these spotlights, this is the only shot where we see the tops of them, or like where the actual light is emitting from. Every shot after, I didn't ever want to see the spotlights kind of just like appearing from the ether. And I was contemplating fixing it for this shot, but then I had already set it up and animated it and everything, so we just left it. But yeah. So they talk, they mingle. It's all cute and dandy. They're just catching up. And oh, sorry. They're just catching up. I also wrote this scene in a different way, which I only realized later on when rereading the script, when trying to figure out some of the dialogue to write. And I felt kind of bad that I'm like, oh wow, the other version of it was also kind of fun. But this version is longer and kind of gets the same message across anyways, so I'm like, it's probably fine. Like this shot, for example. I wanted to have a shot where when he says I've been stuck out here ever since, I was going to have another line where he's like, yeah, I've just been wandering it ever since. And it was going to be this one shot similar to this framing where it's just Nook walking in this big endless black abyss with an extremely long shadow from a light source that's just off in the distance. And it's going to look so cool, but then I just didn't do it and did it here instead. And we moved on. Oh yeah, then the Rover sequence. It's Rover. Oh my god, guys, it's Rover. This was actually not a last minute addition, but while writing the script, I didn't plan on having him in, and then I was suggested to put him in from a very trustworthy source. And I looked at him and I said, oh my god, how did I not think of that? Thank you. And then I wrote him into the entire sequence. And it worked. I thought it was really fun. And he can do all these things. We're not explaining how, because it doesn't matter, but he can. This sequence also was a time and a half to put together, because I didn't know how to do this. When like working in the program, I'm like, I know I probably can do it somehow, but turns out there's like a couple tutorials online that teach you how to do it, but my god, it requires a lot of steps. But anywho, doing it here let me figure out how to do this type of effect for all dissolve stuff later on in the episode, so it's a good time. I also wanted to animate this switch to look nicer, but we didn't do it. It's fine. But yeah, Rover, he's looking, they're talking, they're having a good time. It's a messy computer, big ew, but also kind of cool. What else was I gonna say about this? Yeah, nothing really that crazy. All the screens, Unreal lets you do a cool thing where you can just like set everything up in a certain way so that you can put in one video clip and it'll come up on all the screens, which was really handy. Remember when somebody asked me if I ever looked at my village ever again? That footage on screen, it's me, or at least it's recorded from my Switch. There was a time where I had to, where me and some help had to fix my entire island, or most of my islands, so that I could do these shots, because it was kind of a big mess. And it ended up not being necessary, because I don't actually end up showing anything. Ooh, but you can... it's a blink and miss it detail, but I have Pietro on my island and he would not move from the recording. Like at the time that I was doing this, like trying to record the sequence of Meg running to the airport or whatever, all my villagers were just out and about having a good time, like just coincidentally at the hour that I was working on the video, and Pietro would not move. He kept hanging out by this tree. He would walk over, he would take a seat, and he would just look at me. And I'd say, I don't want to record this any other time. Can you go? And he just wouldn't. He just there were times where he stood up and I would like push him for 10 minutes across the island, and he would make his way all the way back. His pathfinding would just say, I'm supposed to be here for the next 7 hours, and then would just stand in front of the tree in front of the shot, and yeah, so he's there, and it made me pretty upset after releasing the video. He could have followed you onto the dock. If he did, I would have just recorded some other point. But yeah. So I have some takes where all my villagers are just out and about, because my town hall is also in that area, so they're all just hanging out. But yeah, Meg has her hair. She does. Yeah, unfortunately, the deep purple that I used in the video doesn't exist in the game. This is the closest you can get. So that was a fun realization. Like when I first designed Meg, I wasn't anticipating doing something like this. So I'm like, wow, we're working in 3D. I can make my characters look anyhow, and then we make the circle, or we circle back and then have to figure out how to do it in the actual game. It's a good time. Why are you so serious about it? Because he had to move. He is not supposed to be on the island at this point in the story. With holes, that would have been a good idea. Oh no, but my mindset at the time was I was going to show more of my island. Like I was going to have more footage of me running around, and I didn't do that. So I couldn't at the time. Why didn't Mask shut off his switch when he was getting destroyed? Because then the video would have ended, and we wouldn't have had the video. Like, absolutely, the proper thing to do would be, as soon as things start going haywire, you turn off your switch and bring it to Geek Squad. But then we would have had no video. We wouldn't have been able to do the lasers. We wouldn't have been able to do the fire. Nothing would have happened. He would have just said, oh, okay, that's it. Thanks for watching. And we would just cut to credits. But yeah, anywho, so they tried Mask Boy's thing, and it's a good time, and then Rover says a quip about the dialogue, and they have to do it again, and he just kind of dips through it. I wanted nicer chairs. I really like the design of these chairs, but all of the models for like these styles of chairs looked really ugly in my opinion, and I couldn't use them. Or I at least didn't use them. But yeah, so they vibe. We got phase 2, this long conversation, which I also have been wanting to do for quite a while. So now I actually got to do it. What does my character look like? You'll have to find out in the future. When's it coming out? Whenever it's finished. Wait, Denzel, can you show the satisfying Tom Nook chair swivel? Oh, we're getting to that. Don't worry. Why didn't Massboy just cheat the system and make a new island, then play on that? He could have destroyed that. I mean, he could have. Welcome, Shnancy. You're just in time for me talking about this long conversation. So they vibe, they talk, it's a good time. I was actually planning to have a different graphic on screen of like a more traditional looking like list of dodo codes being tested and failed, and then it would, it'd be like, boo, here's this one, test, doesn't work, next doesn't work, next doesn't work, next doesn't work, and so on and so forth, for the entire sequence. But then I finished piecing together the animation for it, which, fun fact, I didn't actually animate them doing any, I didn't animate them for the sequence. All of their animation is reused from some other point in time. Where is it? All right, please. Don't crash on me. Yeah. So all of Isabel's animation, all of Nook's animation, I literally just took animation that I've already made and Give me Isabel. Isabel. Took animation that I had already made for other sequences and just kind of noodled it all together, just cut it up into pieces, and then just made it look like they were all talking and having a good time. That was kind of fun. Saved me a lot of time. You can do that. You can do this in Blender, but it's a little more cumbersome, which is why it was easier to do in Unreal. Yeah. So they're talking. They're having a good time. I wanted to insert my own ship, because it also just felt obvious, at least to me. But yeah, it's a good time. They talk, they mingle. Isabel asks about the others, and then Nook says, actually, everyone's fine. They're all vibing, having a good time. These were sent in by lovely folks over in the Discord. So thank you guys for that. This bottle, if you look closely, doesn't actually have a texture on it, so we get this grid pattern on it instead. I noticed that way earlier, and I just said, and I kept noting to fix it, and I just never did. But yeah, she pops open the thing, and then we get to read the letter from Pietro. So I got a confession to make. I was actually planning on doing a significantly more elaborate sequence for this. It wasn't supposed to be, or not necessarily supposed to be, but I didn't originally intend to have just Pietro. I was gonna do this thing where Isabel reads the letters, and or actually Tom Nook kind of points at this big pile of letters, reminiscent of the pile from the Collector. And I was gonna do that same gag again, where the stack is high and unopened, and then gone, and now there's a new pile of open letters. And she was gonna do this thing where she's reading the letters, and every letter was going to, at certain keywords, they were gonna swap to a bunch of different islands and different characters and different settings and what have you. So she's like, "Yeah, hi, stranger, it's me, Lolly from John's Island," or me, Raymond from, I don't know, Kevin's Island. And we're gonna do this whole montage where we just see everybody kind of living their best lives on new islands, because I wanted to imply that I didn't forget about all the other characters, but at the same time I can't put them all in due to budget and time constraints. So we opted to try to do this thing with this little on-screen montage, and then giving one villager all the screen time they deserved. And I'm like, it's either going to be Raymond, Lolly, or Pietro. And I'm like, well, Pietro had his house burned down, and kind of harassed a little more than Lolly throughout the show. So we're gonna give him a big moment of his own big moment, and we just double down on that. The other alternative version of doing this would have unfortunately required me to have to prepare all the assets and make a bunch of sets and add in a bunch of new furniture items and characters and clothing and stuff, and it would have been so much work. But yeah, we just went with just Pietro. Which I thought was pretty fun, regardless. So we gave him his own little mystery island, and just wrote him living his best life out there in the wild, caring for the boys, swimming, singing his hit tunes, and also getting visitors. Which, I'm fully aware that other villagers can't visit other villagers on islands, but he's been through a lot, narratively speaking, so we wanted to give him Filbert. And yeah, it was a good time. It was a good time. We also used real fire to make the. Oh no! And there's a weed in the fireplace. We'll fix it in the movie. It's okay. So yeah, they vibe. They talk. He talks about his plans and his life story and all that nonsense. And then we get the airport, or the plane, which I actually tried to foreshadow where he was going by him saying "girl," the plane being yellow, because if you go all the way back, Meg's airport is also yellow. Where is it? Meg's airport is also yellow. So I was trying to like imply that, yeah, he's going to Meg's Island, but without explicitly saying it. I thought that was pretty fun. I was also gonna have Wilbur? Orville? I think Wilbur, the one of the dodos that actually stands on the dock. I wanted to have him there, but I didn't want to animate him, so I didn't do it. Same thing with the plane. It was supposed to bob in the water, but I didn't do that either. But he vibes. I was also gonna put in Rover's his suitcase. That suitcase that Rover gives you for Mayday. He was gonna hold it, but I couldn't find it in time when I was working on this because it's not called anything suitcase related. It's God, what's it called again? Oh, it's something weird. It has like an XL in it with like a CT for cat and some other word, and yeah, it was I couldn't put it in, but yeah, so we gave Pietro a whole sequence for himself. He leaves the island, leaves all the stuff, and then goes off to questionable new adventures. And it's all cute and dandy. Isabel goes, good luck out there, little guy. Little guy, aren't you the same age? He goes, yeah, I mean, and then we get the. Now we launch into sequence 2, 3 sequence. The next one. And it was a delicious time. Why the series ended? Because it has to. What am I gonna do? Run into the ground with 14 seasons? Guys, please. I only got so much Animal Crossing in me. Oh yeah, so let me get this sequence. Everyone's favorite. He snaps his fingers, gets on a gamer chair, and then swivels his chair around. Wow, we love to see it. How does he do that without his arms? I don't know. He's Nook. He can do anything. I was also gonna animate the wheels so that they actually like spun around and rolled. But we didn't do that. So they're vibing, they're typing, they're hacking, they're doing their thing. If you look on screen, we got some Hackerman's nonsense going off on that as well. They talk, they mingle. She says some words, he says some things as well. He spins back around. She says, "What?" He does this with the wand. We love wands. And she gets it. I wanted to do more of a Kingdom Hearts like whooshing, like Keyblade summon kind of effect with like a bunch of distortion and other nonsense, but we didn't do it. I'm sorry. I built this and I'm like, oh, it looks good enough. And then we kept on keeping on. And then she does the player thing with initiating the wand. The effect doesn't look the same because I thought the effect in the game looked less climactic. Less climactic? Anticlimactic? Not as nice. So I decided to go my own route and make it nice and bright and weird and wacky. And then Nook says sweet things like, picture yourself being an actual pickle. And then she turns into Meg. Oh my god, her name's Megabell. What a crazy array of events. But he types. I also was gonna change up the desk a little bit so that he actually like touched the keyboard. Because I did that with Rover. His chair is tall enough that when he sits on it, his arms actually like come up to the desk. But Nook, he's a bit too tall. But I set it up and I'm like, that looks too funny, so we're just gonna leave it. But yeah. Sorry, I'm reading your chats. Look how the magic looks electricity. Yeah, thank you. I was also gonna do a thing where there's gonna be like lightning bolts that would radiate from it and like hit the ground and stuff, but And I could have done it, but I just kind of didn't. And that's okay. They talk, they mingle. She says, "Wait a minute, I don't think I can do this." He says, "You'll be fine." Ooh, yeah, and the hand holding. He does a bit. He does a bit. They do a turnaround, and they go, "Yeah, grab my hand." I thought this would have been really cute, just to do in general. So we did it, and then we get to do some wild stuff, like a teleport effect. Which, yeah, you can't do this in the game, I know, but this is when we immediately stray very far from anything that you can do in the game. For the sake of story, this is them in the loading screen, kind of. At least what the loading screen would look like from their point of view. And yeah, I thought it'd be fun to do something like this. And then this shot. I was kind of disappointed with the explosion that I made. I was gonna do a nicer one, but well. So we have this plane that I retextured to be matte black with blue. Rover's his logo is visible on the tail of the plane. They vibe. The plane has a really weird normal map issue with it, where right here on the window it has this it adds this strange effect. I was gonna rebuild it and like fix it up a little bit, but we didn't do it. So sorry, not sorry. And then the Sonic Island. Okay, so the Sonic Island, guys. This, when I was writing it, sounded like the funniest joke in all the land. I'm like, yeah, Massboy really likes Sonic, and we'll make the island Sonic shaped as well. But that in turn made me have to figure out how to actually make an island Sonic shaped in Unreal, and that bore me down this rabbit hole of trying to understand Unreal's ocean and island system, which is very cool, not gonna lie. But I kept running into this really fun issue where every time I opened the map, the island would disappear and all this water would be gone as well, and it would be replaced with sand. I had to rebuild this island like 8 times because I would just be working in the scene, move the camera up high enough to see the water, and then notice that it's all gone, and say, well, so was the island, and I had no idea of when it actually happened, so I couldn't like go back a version to save my time. Oh man, it was a nightmare. But eventually, we finished it enough. We get this weird green grass thing pinch because I needed to have grass by the airport, but I didn't want to make the island look the way I could have made the island look the way that it does more in game, but that would have required having to actually like hand build every single portion of the island, like the sand and the ring around the island and the little grass lip before it actually goes onto the grass from sand and whatever, and just a lot of work. So we took the L. It looks a bit janky, but it's for one shot. It's fine. And we get nice shots like this that we just get for free. Because we can. Alright, but then now we run into this other weird problem that I also could not solve. You see this smoothie cup over here on the right side? See how strangely black that shadow is on it? I don't know why, I don't know how, and I don't know how to fix it. Or why it started happening, or how to even troubleshoot it. But I started getting this weird issue with the entire Massboy sequence, where every time I rendered it, all the shadows would come out like pitch black, and it made me really sad because it looks really good in Engine, but hitting the render button just adds this, and it doesn't do it anywhere else, just only on Masks Island. And I said, okay. But besides that, everything looks pretty okay. So we have this, we have Diana doing a speech bubble, and this whole thing is another homage to Morning Turnips with the whole looks like someone's on their way. This text isn't the most legible because we're looking at bright text on a white sky, so I'm sorry for that, but technically it's correct. And then yeah, speech bubble gets up and does his little switch thing, which he is holding the entire time, like in his hand. You can see it in the under the chair, but don't worry about that, guys. And he clicks it, and then she says more lines of dialogue, and he questions it, and then she says more lines of dialogue, and then we never finished that joke, but this whole bit is a copy pasta meme where of the yeah, and sometime in 1998, the Undertaker threw Mankind off Hell in a Cell and plummeted 16 feet to the announcer's table. I don't know if how many people would have got that, but I thought it was pretty funny. And then he gets deleted. I was also gonna do the same thing that I did in Morning Turnips, where like there's like 1 or 2 frames of glitch effect on it, but I got lazy and didn't do that either. And she's shocked, she spook, she look around and goes, huh? And then we get this bit without the tree of him in the in-between. We love it. And we get this shot. Oh, that looks crunchy. Yeah, we had to I did some recording that is canonically me, but not me as Mask Boy, but just a guy in the mask, the playing the game. This shot was actually kind of funny because ooh, where is it? Where is it? Yeah, we have the actual shot. This was done in Fusion here, so I had to actually learn how to do some comping stuff. The end result is, or the original result is me in front of a green screen with some chroma key and the rest of the footage on it. We just rendered some. We got a photo of the reverse angle because I don't want to be in the reflection of it because you guys don't deserve my face just yet. And then we had some glow, we had some other effects, we had some distortion, we had some lens blur, we had some color correction to match it, we had some other glow and some film grain because my camera isn't grainless. And we put that on TV. And then we just did that for both shots. Guys, I must address a big thing in the room, alright? I, Denzel, am not Mask Boy, okay? I just played him for the episode. But yeah, it was a good time. I thought it was really funny. I was gonna add more live action shots, like some stuff of like him typing on his controller and what have you, or other reactionary stuff, but we didn't end up doing that because I put like one in and I'm like, oh, this is pretty funny, and I added more and I'm like, nah, it's less funny. Will we get a face reveal at 1 mil? Yeah, absolutely. I got a whole circus of events planned for that. If we ever make it, so share with your friends. Send my channel to your grandma and her friends. Yeah, it'll be a fun time. All right, so he resets and is now back at the thing. Meg does her intimidating, wow, you're all looking pretty good. I hope you don't mind if I make some changes, threat. And then she leaves. And he goes, oh my god. This is actually another example of a shot that I like was worried about doing, but then animated, and it went pretty okay. And it was pretty fun. Beautiful. So she leaves, and she walks around. Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to think if I have any fun facts about this shot. It was originally going to be shorter. This camera move didn't exist until later. Then there's all this fun nonsense. Excuse me. And then there's all this fun stuff. Pew 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 pew. And then them playing Smash. So it was actually a toss-up between Smash and Hades, I think. I for some reason just really wanted to put Hades in, but we ended up settling on playing some on playing some Smash. And I thought that was pretty thematically on point. Oh man. And trying to figure out how to do this effect of just like they just pop up and then physics take over and they just flop all over the ground. Also not a super straightforward thing to figure out how to do because Unreal has like 4 buttons that you need to click that are all in different menus to make the system work, and we ended up doing it. It wasn't working for like an hour, but then we got to figure it out. And then we're back. Oh yeah, I didn't even talk about the grass. I'll get to the grass later. So she poofs away, Mask Boy does a thing, and she poofs into the house, and then we get this beautiful looking shot of her and looking at the house and all these flowers. All the flowers. They were supposed to sway in the wind, but they didn't. They're like, okay, they kind of do, but they kind of don't either. And then Mask Boy's house full of froggy chairs. Because he loved a froggy chair. Yeah, I wanted to do this shot for a while. I thought it was gonna be really funny and look really really intense. And it was. Now let's fire. So if you remember from several hours ago when I said I did that smoke and that the shot of Isabelle on the phone where Mask Boy kind of pops up or whatever. I wanted to do more realistic looking smoke like that, or smoke and fire at least. But I couldn't do it because of the whole camera thing. Turns out that system that does that smoke doesn't get affected by a camera's depth of field or plane of focus or whatever. So, like this shot, to have like the edges of frame here are out of focus, and she's in focus. So you know things that are closer to the camera get more blurry. And the smoke sim wouldn't have let me do that. Because of some complicated way that it's rendered and how the system works, we just can't do that currently. And I'm like, oh no. So then I opted to, who did it? What's his name? There was this wonderful, wonderful person that made a free fire pack and just kind of released it onto the Epic Marketplace. It's the M5 VFX Volume 2 fire, and it's just filled with like. It's just filled with fire. Where is it? Explosion, fire. It's just filled with different types of fires. And I'm like, oh my god, you saved my life. So we just, added a ton of fire into the shot. And then, and that just does it for us. And I'm like, sweet peas. So, yeah, that's why the two different, or at least it's the two different systems for how to do effects. There's the Niagara fluid solution and there's the Niagara particle solution. The particle solution is really powerful because you can do all this kind of stuff with it. Like it's only limited by your imagination, whilst the fluid stuff can do water and smoke and fire, realistically lookingly simulated. Comes at a price. But anyway, so for this sequence, we just changed the lighting so that it looked more dark. Please, radio, play music. Yes. Ooh, actually, no. There's one thing I want to show in the sound of this. So we lit the scene to just be foggier, to be darker, to be to have lasers. The laser thing, I just made a laser effect. All the laser sounds are the Sentinel beam from the Halo games, because they're just so beefy. So we just load up the island with a bunch of destruction looking stuff. Added just a couple instances of fire, both there, and more lasers and more fire and more fire and more fire. And then there's this one kind of gag that I wanted to do where she lasers the sky and the music stops. And you just hear all the destruction just unfolding slowly as we make our way to the town hall, where we're greeted with flag physics actually blowing in the wind. Wow, so cool! And his version 2 of his flag with the yelling lady with V2 on it, and it's a good time. I was going to change the time on the clock, but I didn't do that. Don't look at that. So remember that weird shadow problem I was talking about earlier with all the black shadows? It's most prominent here in the flowers as well, where just the cores of the flowers just look all really dark. In I swear, in the actual program, it looked a lot nicer. Did it? Did it though? Did it though? Me? Where is it? Mask, Void Island. Don't save. Wow. How do we have a consistent viewership of 150 people? Bam. All right. We're gonna forget about working in Unreal for a hot minute, because it's very technically demanding to have open. Um, so just take my word for it. The flowers look nicer in the scene. We'll look at it later. But yeah, so we got this whole scene without any sound or audio or without any music because she blew out of the sky. We get Mask Boy getting pulled. I never liked the way this motion blur looked. I was gonna try to fix it and make it look less streaky because like this side on his right side looked cool, but this stuff on his stuff on his right side looked cool. Stuff on his left side looked weird. Um, that was gonna be more troubleshooting than I didn't care to figure out. But but she pulls him over, gives him a little one of these. We do a fun little like thingy thing where the screen kind of squeezes in and then doesn't. Give me this one. Yeah. Where the screen is a little squeeze thing, because if you try to exit a game on your Switch, the screen is a little squeeze thing. Oh, and the chat's dead too. Hold on. There you go. Okay. So yeah, so she does a thing where she freaking freezes him, dude. Now he can't close the game. At least that's the intended effect, but oh, that's whatever. And then she does this. She freaking zoops the the town hall, and it explodes. And then we do this effect, which is still the same effect as the as the whole like TV or the whole menu. No, the whole terminal, the whole computer effect dissolve or whatever. We'll just do that here. And then we got a green hairband. What the heck, a bomb duty? How's that green? Well, it's because there's other Isabels. That's right. It's a multiverse of Isabels. They talk, they mingle. What was that? They talk, they mingle. She says some words. She says some words back. They keep on mingling, and then we get this fun shot, which I kind of really enjoyed, where he can't see them because his head is locked upwards or looking up. I kind of came across this accidentally, and I'm like, oh wow, that's actually a pretty fun shot. So we put it in, and he tries to exit, but he can't. And we also have this fun bit where all the dialogue does a thingy thing. It does like a whoosh. As Megabell, thank you. That was pretty funny. She offers to take them to paradise, and then gives them a little boop on the face. Wow, doing this for the villagers was like the worst thing ever. Because to do it on one, you have to like set everybody up to like be affected by it. And if they are, then like they'll all be affected by it. So for some time I was trying to work on this sequence and do these shots with it only affecting Isabel and then the others like 2 shots later. And that was a time. And like this version of it kept also getting getting Nook as well, so I had to do this whole elaborate system of turning everything on and off again so that we get just Nook. And then yeah, her ears wiggle. Um, it's a fun plus for in Unreal, because all the characters I can set up physics for their tails and their ears and their noses and their clothing and stuff, so that them just putzing around doing their things will do all the secondary animation for me, which was a big reason why I wanted to stay in Unreal, despite all of the guff and problems and whatnot that it gave me throughout working on the project. I literally run into something really dumb and go, but the jiggle physics, I can't leave that. Yeah, it was a good time. So she boops him on the nose right after she tries to like revenge on this Meg. And it's a good time. So they vibe. We get them all the way at the thing. We get the no contest from the game results, and then we get this finale. I actually wanted to do a bigger thing here where one sec. I wanted to do a bigger thing here where she starts walking towards him, like essentially just saying the lines from the next sequence where she's like, yeah, you must have thought you're some sort of god, and etc etc etc. And as she was saying it, she was going to walk towards Mask Boy, but also flicking her wand every now and again, and each flick was going to delete more of the world behind her. I in theory could have done that, but I wanted it to look a specific way, like everything either defizzles or pixel stretches or some nonsense. And I came across like one tutorial that taught me how to do it, but it was like a 40-minute tutorial, and I'm like, it's fine, I'll just cut the black. So we might use that. So we might use this idea for something else in the future. We'll see. Then we get the fire, and then we get this whole bit. Or who knows where she's from. Ooh, that's fun. I was also going to do this other thing where she's right here, and then when we cut to this shot for like 2 frames, there was going to be like this ethereal looking Isabel that's like floating beside him or something that just kind of disappears. But I didn't do that. So he vibes, he looks around, he gets spooky, scary skeleton. He tries to exit the game, but he can't. See, and it'd be a point like this where I'd cut into some more live action to show the actual guy going and sweating. But I thought that the scene worked by itself, so I didn't try to do that. Oh, take care, Lofil. Thank you so much for coming around and hanging out. I hope you had a good time. Good luck with the rest of your day. And then we get this bit, which I thought was so cute. I made this shot, and I'm like, wow, this looks as good as something I would do with Blender. Good job, Unreal. Thank you. And then all these text bubbles. But text bubbles are so much harder to do in Unreal than they are in Blender. In Blender, you can just like boop boop, drag it in. It's fine. In Unreal, you have to like, what do you have to do again? You have to import the footage, you have to add it into the scene, and then add that into the sequencer, and then you add the footage into the sequencer again, so that you can see the footage on the plane, and then you just put that wherever you want to put it. So good lord, doing speech bubbles like this diegetically in shot, big pain in the butt. We did it. It's a good time. Wow. Thank you, OG Prodigy. I really appreciate that. So they vibe, they talk, she does this. And we get Isabel. Wow, it's me, the Isabel from your last island. Remember? What are you trying to delete? Yeah, heck you. And then he says some more other things. I was going to add more live action typing here, but didn't do that. Actually, I could pause the music. Yeah. uh, uh. And it's all sad and cathartic and wonderful. We get Tina Guo on the cello doing the meh. And it's all cute and dandy. This scene was also re-edited in the editing phase of things because it was going to be shorter and a little more compact. And she was going to say less stuff, but then in the middle of doing sound and stuff for it, I'm like, it doesn't really sit too well or work too well. We're going to add a little bit more lines of dialogue, um, like this stuff. This two shot was added later because we didn't actually establish the space between the two of them, so that felt kind of weird. Um, and then yeah, just more talking to help convey her emotions and such. And then Nook popping up. And this line, I thought this was going to be a cringy line. Like everyone was going to read it and go, ew, dumb, boo, garbage, get out of here. But apparently it was quite well received. So thank you. And they get bent. I'm like, I can't have her swear. So she needs to say something else as powerful. But also like heck you or something just didn't really work. So yeah, we settled on get bent. And then Nook does a snap. There's a snapperino. Oh, so this snap animation actually was supposed to be in this shot. He was gonna just raise his arm and do a snap, but then I wanted to have this shot where we stare at Mask doing a look see and then cutting to get help. This graphic. So I remade the image from how it looks in game, but I was having a really tough time finding reference for this image because you only get it after having a connection issue, while playing I think multiplayer, and I found like 3 images online of people that took a photo of it, but they were asking for help like a year or two ago on Reddit, going like, how do I fix this problem on my Switch? So I had to like figure out how to. We had to rebuild a little Rossetti. Oh, I forgot it's his overall details. Oops. But yeah, we had to get some help. And then this shot of our Mask Boy character and his Switch doing this. Big funny. No, I did not actually blow up my Switch. Somebody else pointed that the green light is still on. I was fully aware of that, and I didn't have the patience to turn the Switch off just to get the footage, so we didn't do that. We also had this fun split frame where I actually got to do matte painting for the first time. What is matte painting, you may ask? It's the use of essentially Photoshop or photo manipulation programs to generate frames or extra assets to make specific types of things. So matte painting is often used to do background extensions and to fix portions of frames or whatever. Is like you'll just get a matte painter to be like, yeah, we need that tree gone, or that, or we need to replace the sky and mountain view in the background. So some of those will come kit bash or photo bash a new skyline and put it in. In this case, I needed a frame that showed it's kind of super duper bright. You can't really see it, but oh wait, I have the picture. Where did I put it? Images. Yeah, no, not that. Not is this. Yeah, I had an image where I took a lamp and then put it in front of the Switch so that I could get this kind of bright reference. And we just painted it out. We did a whole paint out thing for it. It was a big old honking lamp that took up all the screen space, and I'm like, get that out of there. And then we did, and then we got the final image of the. Everything else is just smoke I found on YouTube. Yeah, it was a fun time. Why does everything have to be complicated? It just does, you know. Um, yeah. So yeah, the next up we get, and then the rest of the episode is all just resolve. It's just everybody wrapping things up, saying their goodbyes, going back to their lives, um, in a cutie looking way. So yeah, she just says some stuff, and we get some other Nook stuff, and then we get this bit where she goes, "Me? Excuse me?" And they talk it out or whatever. And it's all cute and dandy. We love it. Nook is now forever in the in between, where he will do stuff. Who knows what? Very cool. And they vibe. We have more cute dialogue. I'm always worried about the dialogue. Like, I was so worried about this entire episode because it's like 26 minutes of just this. They just stand around and they just talk to each other, and I'm like, how is that engaging content for so long? But it seemed to go pretty okay. So it's a good time. We can also, if you freeze frame and zoom in, you can see Rover's tail peeking through the chair. I was going to get rid of it, but I didn't do that, and I just left it because it also kind of made me laugh. And then yeah, then they leave. What Tom and Rover get up to could be a fun story. It could be. It really could be. What's next for Den Seal? Wrapping up this stuff, and then moving on to the next project. The Weekend. Wow, it's actually him. And then we all. Oh, this sequence was also going to be significantly shorter. I was not going to have this bit in. It was literally just going to be KK reveal and then this shot and then credits. And then we get the fun gag credits of everybody just doing stuff and living their best lives. This makes me laugh so much. Just the idea of Meg holding Jeremiah like a baby to water plants. So she do. She gets her construction hat license. Woo! And the Isabels are now friends. They're talking and having a good time. Wow, Nook and Rover playing Undertale? Question mark? Huh, that's crazy. I'm fully aware that Marshall's name is not spelled correctly here. Don't worry, we'll fix it in the movie. Both Nook C are meeting each other. Wow, it's so crazy. I am also fully aware that we technically didn't get a resolve for the Nook that was from Mask Boy's Island. We'll just assume that he's on vacation somewhere. And then wow, everyone's playing themselves. Oh, it's so cute. This image was actually kind of funny because I was in the middle of like posing everybody to do it, and I'm like, okay, who out of all of these folks would actually like hit the pose? I'm like, Meg would probably be fine, Dan would probably be fine, Dottie would probably be really into it. Same with Isabel. Pietro, he has to get it because he's a superstar. Jeremiah would probably be having a fun time, but Colton and Marshall for specifically. I thought it'd be funny if Colton just couldn't really hit it, Marshall wasn't having a good time with it, and Nook was struggling to just do it. But I couldn't really do that with Nook. He was either like, it just kind of looked like he was just having a good time with it. So we tried to convey that in his face, but we got the best that we could. We did the best we could. But yeah. And then this scene. Okay, so sorry, my slipper is backwards. And everyone was everyone was going along with it. Yeah, they're having a good time. Everyone had to be posed and faced, and I spent like 10 minutes going, how do I even like this? Because lighting. But anyway, okay, so this picnic scene was also planned very early on because it was going to be the last thing we see in the series, and I'm like, I wanted the last thing to be like really cute. I wanted it to be everybody just like being happy and hanging out for a bit, because this entire series has been nothing but like hardships and jokes and a lot of really sad stuff. So I'm like, okay, we gotta end on a wholesome note. I gotta give everybody all the wholesome stuff that they've been waiting for the last year and a half. And that's what the last half of this episode was, just trying to do as much cute stuff as I could. Um, and this being one of them, where they're all just hanging out, having a good time on a picnic. And it was a good time. It was a great time. Marshall's asleep because I didn't want to animate him. Um, I really wanted to do the line of Colton yelling lame and Isabel going, "You're lame!" And they all giggle about it. Um, and yeah, it was a good time. Um, take care, Loud. Thank you so much for coming around and hanging out. I hope you had a fun time. Let me get the credits. All the patrons, support me on Patreon, guys. If you wanna help support the show and me and everything else. Thank you for watching, etc., etc. It's me saying I'm gonna do the movie, or the movie's just gonna be a compilation, and then and then that was the entire series. That's it. I'll take some questions, and then I'll launch into a bunch of other stories and things to show you. Paste Colton, he's a great guy. Ever considered doing a Splatoon series? Yes, actually, but by the time I get around to it, Splatoon will be long not popular. So right now it's just on the back burner of like I wouldn't mind, but not right now. What inspired the story of Mask Boy? You guys, literally, it's just he's just the personification of like every terrible thing a player could do in the game. Maybe not every terrible thing, but like a good array of terrible things. I took inspiration from myself, from you guys, from stories on Reddit, from other people's frustrations with some of the game, as well as how other people play the games. So essentially, so in other words, he's you guys, but super duper hyperly inflated to be evil, I guess. Yeah, don't worry, he's a fun lad. All right, back to the music. Give me this again. Oh, I guess we get. I should have been on the commentators corner, or not the comment corner, the director's commentary. I should have been here the whole time, but well. Yeah. What's behind the mask? A normal face? It's just a normal face. I don't think he has any cheeks, so he's just making it. He's has the default male eyes and the default male mouth, smiling, and I think his eyes are brown. Or no, they're like a weird yellow. I never gave his face much attention. Thinking about a Kirby series. Oh, I have no idea how to even animate Kirby, but maybe. Are your next projects still going to be Animal Crossing or something else? It'll be something else. But I think if you like the Animal Crossing series, you're gonna like what's next. So when does the cinematic universe where it ends with with the making of Smash Bros? You can go watch Terminal Montages series of something about whatever, and you'll get the same the same quality of content. A Pokemon series would be really fun. Pokemon would be really fun. I'd have to figure out how to get all the assets for that though. But yeah, Pokemon's up there too. Even though like I'm not much of a Pokemon fan to be honest, but it's a setting that looks really fun to explore. So, yeah, it's on a list. Do you prefer Rover or Nook? I'd say probably. See, I've spent more time with Nook because the entire series is about Nook and Isabel. But Rover's so fun to write too because he says lines like "the one and only." I get around, and so on and so forth. Like that's so cool. But in other words, both. They're like my children. I have no favorites. Um, this guy from Doctor Who episode confirmed. Wow, could you imagine? Mask Boy is just Doctor Who. Just they all have feelings, rights. Love your villagers, even the ones you find ugly, guys. Hi, Terran Montage is cool. He is cool. I like his stuff. But not the mainline games. Ooh, spooky. Subnautica series? What can you even do in Subnautica? I have the game, but I'm too scared to play it. But I know it's got a whole thing with like lore and alien civilizations and stuff, and it's a good time. So when did you stop playing the latest Animal Crossing? Probably when I started working on Lolly's crafting. I would just pop in and out ever since. Yeah, like any in-game footage that isn't specifically showing another villager or another villager being spoken to is footage from my game. So I literally would only open it up just to record footage. What do you think of Tamagotchi Life? The question just kind of came to mind. I always wanted to try it, but I never got around to owning a copy of it. But it looks really fun and wacky. Serious about the Miis? Ugh, about the Miis. What kind of story could you even tell about the Miis? You played New Leaf before? I do. I have a copy of New Leaf. I love me some New Leaf. Did it have to deal with any copyright issues from Nintendo? So funny you mentioned that. Short answer is no. They haven't reached out or anything throughout the production of the series. But I've run into more copyright issues from people stealing Animal Crossing music and kind of like parading it as their own, and then getting copyright notices from those kinds of people. So that happened a couple times throughout the show, or throughout the production, but nothing officially from Nintendo. Though I'd hope that they have seen it and think it's impressive. Please, Mr. Nintendo Man. Did you write the score for Lacrimosa? I did. Well, the Lacrimosa is from Beethoven or whatever. So the original composition is his, but I did reorchestrate it and compose the bit for and make the bit for the music. And yeah, it's a good time. Oh, actually, yeah, and the music for this last episode is now streamable on Spotify and the likes, Spotify and iTunes and or Apple Music and Amazon Music and Deezer and Pandora maybe and Tidal and so you can now stream the songs You Could Be Better and Isabel's Ascension. Oh right, I was gonna talk about music and sound. Well, there's nothing really much to talk about with sound. I just get sound effects and then put them in. A lot of sounds are used from Animal Crossing, as well as some from Kingdom Hearts. Some sounds from any regular like realistic sound effect I probably got from the website Epidemic Sounds. It's where I get 90% of my sound effects from. And some things we kind of just figure out and make on the fly, like whooshes, for example. I love and hate whooshes because I only have like a couple of them, and I always like reuse them in ways like in a bunch of different ways. For every video, it's like the same whoosh can like sound a whole different. Sounds different anytime I work with it, which I always forget whenever I start working on another video, because I'll look and go, I only have 5 whooshes. How did I do the whoosh in that thing? And then I have to refigure out how to whoosh. You prefer to do storyboarding or just writing a script? Both. The script for it, actually, here, I'll even show you the script. Wait a minute, not that. Get access to resources, but this guy, this guy, this guy. Where is it? Hold on, guys. Hold on. We're getting the script for episode 10. This one? Yeah, I think so. So here we have the script for the quote-unquote script for the entire episode. It's just a big list of dialogue, broke it up into scenes. And for anybody wondering, this program that I've written all this in is called Obsidian.md. It's free, and it's a free open source note taking and personal Wikipedia generating or making thing, and I use it to do all my writing and all my note taking and all my stuff, because I can sync this between my computer and my phone and my tablet, so I can write stuff anywhere. What's the song playing right now? All the current playing songs in the bottom left corner of the stream, which should update if it does. 9 a.m. Yeah. 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 So we have the script, and in this, I would just write all the dialogue, maybe some blurbs about what I want to do in a shot, and so on and so forth. During the scene where Isabel was supposed to read the notes from all the other villagers, it was here during scene 5, catch up in the plan. So Isabel talks, he's like, wow, what is all this? And Nick was supposed to say the internet, but also here's letters from everything. Oh yeah, it was supposed to be this cute thing where like Isabel reads all the letters, and at the end of every single letter from every single villager, they all go, wow, I've been having like a great time on my island, and it's all because of Isabel and it's all because of Isabel. So every single villager was going to reference Isabel in some way in all of her stories to help with the whole like different Isabels on different islands. But also give her a nice pick-me-up at the end where she just goes, wow, and it's all thanks to Isabel. Me, oh my god. And yeah, it was. We're gonna explain that a little nicer, a little more cutely, I guess, in the series, but didn't end up working that in, and we wrote it during the storyboarding phase when translating the script to the actual footage of final shots and more final dialogue. Yeah, I realized that this kind of wasn't really gonna work. It was going to both be a lot of work and wasn't probably the most necessary way of going about things, even though it was going to be really cool. So we simplified it and reworked it into a more easy to digest and manage and set up sequence, which is what we have in the video now. So in other words, script writing is important because it gives you an idea of what you want to do, but storyboarding is important because it lets you figure out what you actually can do. Yeah, they're both equally as important. I just prefer to not have to... No, that's not true. I prefer not have to do blocking, because blocking is annoying, but that's fine. Is composing music a good additional skill for animators? No, not really, because music and sound and animation are two wildly different camps of art. Yeah, things don't really overlap in terms of what you learn in either or. It's certainly a fun hobby, or like a fun skill to have, like being able to compose music and stuff, because it gives you this wild breath of appreciation for artists that manage to create sounds that you really appreciate and really like. But at the same time, yeah, they're two woefully different skill sets that don't really overlap. Like maybe with like editing sound and stuff together, but yeah, not really. If you're not into music and just want to do animation, then that's fine, or vice versa, that's fine. If you want to do both, hell yeah, do it. It's fun to do either. But yeah, nothing's set in stone. Yeah, Is this the official end of the Animal Crossing series? Pretty much. Like, it might change like a little bit in the movie, but for the most part, this is it. Do you know about Animal Crossing anime? Are you talking about the movie or something else? Because I'm familiar with the movie, but I don't know of any other Animal Crossing anime stuff. Will I ever do a face reveal? At 1,000,000 subs, be sure to send me around to all of your friends and teachers and classmates and anybody who you find remotely interested in any of the stuff that I do. Aw, through the year, keep doing what you're doing. Remember to take breaks. Don't worry, we're on our break, FizzFX. But thank you so much. That was really sweet. What part of the process did you like the most? I think maybe the lighting and rendering. All right, I'm gonna close Resolve, and we're gonna try not After Effects. We're gonna try Unreal Engine again. Because then I can show you guys what it's like to actually do stuff in it. You can do this, computer. I believe in you. But it's a good time. It's a great time. Are you planning on making another series? Heck yeah. I was gonna say hell yeah, but hell yeah. Yeah, I am now a animation and music channel, so expect what the Animal Crossing series was, but just with other content in the future. Yeah, it'll be a good time. And I've said it once and I'll say it again. If you like the Animal Crossing series, then you'll probably really enjoy the rest of the stuff that I have planned. Maybe not like immediately after the Animal Crossing series, but like the next series once we get around to doing that. In between, I'm going to be doing some live streaming and the compilation movie, and then some other director's commentary thing, and then stuff for the second channel, and then it's off to new pastures. But it'll be a good time. I believe in you liking the things, and I believe in me being able to make the cool stuff. Will I ever do more Animal Crossing? I'm not saying yes, but I'm also not saying no. So instead, you get an I don't know. How do you feel about Raymond x Rosie ship? Hey, them cats can get it. All right. So favorite thing to do probably would be lighting. Actually, we'll use the picnic scene because I think that's a pretty light scene. So lighting in Unreal is pretty good, or it's a pretty fun time. Since it's a real time, engine of sorts, it operates on a what you see is what you get kind of mentality or kind of philosophy. So this image that we see in the viewport is what the final image will look like when we go to render it. So I'm in the general headspace of like, I want my frame to look as good as it possibly can inside of Unreal. So I have to do the least amount of steps outside of it to make the final image look presentable for the you guys. And Unreal has a whack ton of like features and capabilities and tools and stuff to make it look really nice. Like for example, guys, you know how hard it is to do clouds in Blender? Like just this effect alone, just having clouds that stretch off into the horizon, is like one of the most expensive things that you could possibly produce in Blender. Because volumetrics are these are what's called volumetrics. They're really expensive to render in a program like Blender. Just because of how they get computed and how light interacts with them and all that fun stuff. But over here in Unreal, you can just kind of slap them in there, put an atmosphere, put a thing and a skylight, and boom, beautiful sky in a matter of like a couple of clicks, and it looks delicious. And it even interacts with other light sources. How do we do this again? LL. You can do your sunsets and your afternoons and your sunrises and all this fun nonsense, and it all just looks pretty good. So yeah, doing any literally any lighting work inside of this program is like it's amazing. Because then you can just take your lights and you can throw them in there. Actually, what's another good example? If we go to where is it? The void? No. See, I think I'm looking for the void. Beep, 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 beep. It is delicious, Teddy. So delicious. Please, don't do this to me, Unreal. Unreal is also very unstable a lot of the time. It's prone to crashing pretty much all the time, and I don't know if this will either open or crash. So you and me, we're in this together, all right? We're both biting our nails at the same rate. All right. So here we have the terminal set. Oh no, I can't turn that on. Isabel's thing, and then the monitors, and the server, and the void floor. We don't want that. Yeah. So the really neat thing about Unreal is that in your set production phase is also where you have to think about all your lighting and how the end result is going to look. Like you can absolutely build sets in a way so it's like you're just worrying about the product, like placing down assets and furniture and stuff like that. Or you can also add your lights and just design your set in a way so that it just looks good and pretty much final, just right out of the get-go. So then you can go and you can add in all your characters and you don't have to worry about making sure that they're lit nicely, because now you just make the set look the way you want it to look, and then so on and so forth. I still added extra lights for various characters and scenes and stuff, just to kind of help accentuate forms and separations from backgrounds and stuff. But for the most part, yeah, you can just build a beautiful set or a beautiful level, and all your lighting just comes with it. And it's a groovy time. There's also this other thing which I've always wanted to add into an episode or videos just in general, which is room dust, guys. Okay, you can't really see any here, but we get dust. I can actually put dust in the air and have it not disappear during the rendering phase. We love Unreal. What else was I gonna say about it? And yeah, just during the lighting / rendering phase is when a lot of stuff kind of comes together, and when a lot of hard work that you've been doing over the last couple of months finally actually starts to look complete. But it's also where a lot of problems can arise. Like for example, where is it? I think it was somewhere here. Somewhere here. Yeah. So we can run into a bunch of fun problems. Like for example, in this sequence here is where Isabel and other Isabel are having a conversation about other Isabel going to first Isabel's island and being the new Isabel. This shot has two Isabels in it, which are both technically the same Isabel model, just with a different hairband color retexturing or whatever. But file-wise, they're both the same Isabel. There was a day when I was working on this sequence and everything was going all well and dandy, and I'm like, sweet, time to render. And as soon as I hit the render button, Unreal froze and then crashed, and then and closed. And I said, okay, that's fine. I saved before the crash. But then in reopening the program and trying to reopen this sequence again, I was met with this really strange and specific error, basically saying that Unreal had a hard time saving this Isabel for some reason, and the naming for it was now off. And yeah, sorry, your scene is corrupt. You lost all your data, are all your all the work you put into it. So every single sequence from that point onward that had two Isabels in it would crash and wouldn't open again. And I'm like, oh no, that's no good. Um, yeah, and I thought I was gonna have to redo the sequence again, but turns out that wasn't the case because Unreal taketh away and but also giveth. Because the solution that I ended up having to do for it was deleting this Isabel completely from the project, and just rebuilding it again and with a new name. And because of everything in the sequence here being something of a reference or whatever, if something gets deleted or removed from your project file, you just get spit with an error somewhere here saying, "Hey, this thing's missing. Can you like put it back in or something?" And I go, "I can do that." And was able to just swap it with the new Isabel that I was able to make, and everything was saved. I could open it again, and all my work was fine. I'm like, wow, thank you so much, Unreal, for causing the problem and also having a solution to fix it. I guess I don't like how you treat me like this. But yeah, we run into a lot of that. That's fun. And yeah, that was the same deal that was in Resolve. We're in the middle of editing the whole video together. It just decided to crash and corrupt itself, and I thought I lost the entire project. And I was literally super duper close to putting out a statement going, "Hey guys, the project's lost, and it's gonna be another month before it comes out." And then I'm like, "Okay, we're gonna not do that. We're gonna hold off on it for just a hot minute, and try to see if we can fix it." We did. We managed to save it. We managed to live. We managed to keep all of our money and time invested into it. But for the rest of the project, I was literally walking on eggshells in Unreal and in Resolve because literally in between every click was a moment where I could lose everything, and I'm like, but tis life. It's a great time, and it sucks because like I'm just using all these programs as intended, clicking every button the way that they're designed, using every feature the way that they're designed, and things just kind of keep falling apart. Like the closer I got to the end of this episode, the more stable literally everything became, and yeah, it was quite a time. This will be the last time for a while that I do a video that's longer than 10 minutes. So expect some shorter things in the future. It was a good time. Now you want to do 2D animation, 3D animation, music, and have time to scroll through files for sound effects. It's just you just take it. You take it one day at a time. One day at a time. Like for example, the 2D animations for the trees, I was trying to do them in Fusion for a little bit, in DaVinci Resolve, because some folks were like, yeah, you can do animation in Fusion, and it's pretty cool, man. You can do it. And I'm like, wow, let me try. And I did, and it was probably one of the worst experiences of my life, because I was trying to do this thing where I was trying to set up the specific effect of, where is it? Animation experts. Yes, I was just trying to do the simple base animation of just like the island bobbing up and down, like this big island chunk just bobbing up and down, and I could not for the life of me get the keyframes to work in a way that made that intuitive, because you set a keyframe in it and it goes, cool, here's an uneditable keyframe on your spline timeline thing or whatever, and you can't actually like click and drag that keyframe in the timeline, because it's not actually one keyframe. It's technically like 3.5 in one, and we kind of combine it together just by default. And if you want to separate it into different keyframes, you have to like right click on this thing up here and then go into this other drop down menu and this other drop down menu, and then now it's separated, and now you can edit your keyframes like the way every other program lets you. And I'm like, Fusion, you are making it so hard to do anything in you. And he said, I know, and I'm industry standard. And I closed the program and then went to this instead. It was a good time, and we love a good time. But this program was really easy. At least it made doing the 2D stuff a lot easier because I already have experience doing some vector graphics stuff. So in Affinity Designer, I made the trees and exported them into pieces into here, and then rebuilt the trees and then just animated them in here. And in here it was pretty simple. So they just like keyframe 1, keyframe 2, loop it. Where is it? Can I show that? Yeah. Keyframe 1, keyframe 2, just take it and then loop it, and it just loops forever, and then we just loop all the different leaf bits and the fire smoke wobbling and all that fun stuff, and it just loops forever. And I thought that was pretty neat. And I just recycled the same principle for all the different trees, and yeah, it was pretty easy, pretty good time. Yeah, here. Yeah, that was a great news. Changed your life. Wow, thank you. I'm glad it was a good time. The Island on Fire, small details. Thank you. I really like the Island on Fire look. I was just kind of throwing fire bits around. I'm like, all right, put one here, add some smoke here. Neat. What else was I gonna explain? Oh yeah, also the hair physics for all the characters. Unreal, and this was like one of the single biggest features that kept me from like giving up on Unreal, because throughout the couple months of learning it, there were many points, but I'm like, wow, heck this program. I should just do the whole thing in Blender. But then I'd look at Isabel and I'd grab her and then oh no, wait, let me do the thing. Where is it? You gotta go into here. You gotta go into here and then go into, and then find this and then go into here. Come on. And then go into here. Don't worry about what any of this is. I'll explain it maybe sometime later. And compile. We could take Isabel and just move her around, and all of her the ears and hair and stuff flop around, and it just works. She can just do whatever, and we just get jiggle and hair physics for her and every character that has floppable ears and floppable tails or whatever. So because to do this in Blender is a big pain in the butt. I either have to hand animate it or set up a wiggle system, but wiggle systems don't work with something in Blender called linked rigs, which is a system that I rely upon so that I can update rigs in one file and have them radiate out into all the other files that might need that update rig, or that rig update. So because of that system, I can't use some of the jiggle physics or wiggle physics stuff for features and add-ons in Blender, which would then inflate the amount of animation I have to do, and I would keep going. This animation isn't working, but also jiggle physics. I hate it. It was a good time. We love a good time. Rover is canonically goated. Absolutely. This screws for other Unreal users. Thanks. Yeah. Like Unreal is such a great piece of software, but learning it is so difficult. And learning to use it for this kind of stuff, like just linear cinematic animation stuff, there's so little resources on there's just online about like best practices and good ways to do things and what things you shouldn't be doing and stuff. Like I wasted a lot of time just kind of like fumbling around in it because I couldn't find information on how to not fumble around in it. So it's it's a bit of a time working with this thing, but once you get past it all, like to get over some of the humps, it's so cool. Uh, like all this camera stuff, I can take the we can do all this beautiful looking depth of field and bokeh nonsense and all these characters are doing stuff. I can make one character, like one horse model, for example. Where are you, Colton? You're the superstar for this live stream. We can have our guy, and the whole content browser thing makes that I can just make assets and have them available at a quick grab. Which is not shot or scene or file specific like it is in Blender, for example. And then it's all good. All these characters, I can set them up in a way so that I can just change, so I can swap out their textures easily, and then because of how the textures are set up, I can hook up their faces into the sequencer to make animating their faces easier, like Isabel, for example. I just set up a master material for her eyes and her mouth so that I can animate her eyes and her mouth with a slider. And this sequence works with everybody. So this general material setup that I have for it is like one that's interswappable with any character that I want to put it on. And I just gotta put it on, like her face, eyes. Yeah. Like it's all neat and dandy. We can do the not that's a bound scale, and we can do the the slider, pew pew, and then get all that going. But even though this looks like a mess to actually parse through because materials, and it was kind of unfortunate because while trying to like understand Unreal and how the textures work and how the material editor works and all that fun stuff, I ran into this problem where I couldn't figure out how to make the eyes or like any texture in this game look more smooth. That's what I'm looking for. So all the eyes, all their mouths, all the areas in between their eyes, mouths, and what have you are quite crunchy because they're quite pixelated, and it's a problem with the game's textures. They're just not designed to work in Unreal Engine, and Unreal Engine does not have any tools to make them work any better. So for some time, I was like, oh no, how am I going to do like this face thing in this program? And I managed to figure out something for it. This guy posted a script online that let me do this, make this chonky thing, so that I could actually like put the eyes where the eyes were supposed to go and the mouth where the mouth's supposed to go, and so on and so forth for the rest of their body, as well as a funky switching system that hooks into the texture thing, and lets me switch the thing. It's kind of complicated. I'll make a video about it in the future, but yeah, it was cool. This whole program was so cool. It could do so much stuff, but good God, you have to figure it all. You have to figure all of it out on your own, because there just isn't a lot of stuff out there to help you along the journey. At least there's a lot of stuff to get you past initial like beginner humps, because things get complicated and technically advanced very fast, but it's a good time. Your teacher taught as good as Denzel? I'm not even teaching anything. I'm just showing you what this looks like and complaining about it. But it's a good time. What is this? Yeah, and this whole nonsense down here is the dissolve effect, because you have to like hook that into the material for the characters that you can do the thing. Where is it? Sequence this thing, and then it was dissolve effector. Is that gonna work? Yeah. So I have this thing that hooks up to this ball that I can just scale and move around and stuff, but this effect needs to be turned off, or it needs to be activated per instance of this character. So like Isabel, for example, is made up of 7-10 different materials, One being like for her shirt, which we can turn the effect on and off for. The other being her skirt, her shoes, her hair tough thing at the top, and this other material which is nothing, and her mouth, her eyes, her body, and her hairband. What is that? Oh no. Transparent. This. All right. Yeah, it's a time. It's all a time. And everything that you think this program can do, it can do. Absolutely. But it's a time. Let the dissolve effect. Thank you. It was a good time. Do you like pudding? You mean pudding? If you mean like me putting things places, then like I guess. But regular pudding, eh. Yeah, we don't need to save that. But yeah, it's a good time. Oh no, and now Isabel's broken. Why? Why? But yeah, it's a good time. We love Unreal, and all the various things that it can and can't do. We also can do other stuff and other stuff. I don't know. I have no other talking points. I'm also gonna take a seat. Beep, 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 beep. You want to see Mask Island before the burning? Alright. There's a high chance that the stream might die because his level is kind of intense, resource-wise, but here you go. Alright. So here we have Mask Island. There was going to be another sequence where every time Megabell does a laser blast in the background that we don't see on screen, she was gonna laser either the Mini Nooks or the Able Sisters store, but I didn't do that. There's going to be another scene where for one of the trailer shots, I was going to do this thing where the laser starts burning all the flowers. Ran out of time, wasn't able to do that, but there was going to be a thing over here with a big field of flowers, kind of like from Time Traveling Designer with Dottie standing in the big flower field. I wanted to do something like that again, but didn't do that. We have the silo and we have the lighthouse just kind of here, but just so that we can see them from all the way off here in the distance. And it's neat. You cannot make them that big in the game. I am fully aware, but I don't care. We also have the airport. This is where we took the photo for where Pietro and Dottie are joining the island, and Isabel's there doing the default dance to introduce them. I didn't remove any of the stuff, but it's all here. And he has plane. What else do we got? Here is the park area that has all the stuff that Meg kind of poofs away, with the camera being somewhere here. And it's big yum. Half the grass isn't actually put down. I didn't add grass everywhere. We just put grass where we'd see it, and the grass is kind of neat because I was able to do this thing that I wanted to do in Blender, but couldn't figure out a good way to. Where's the grass? Environment assets, foliage, grass. Grass 5. You are done by the grass master, and So I wanted to do this thing where from a distance you'd be able to see the grass, like the triangle kind of grass pattern, um, from the general grass pattern in the game, um, so that, and then when you get closer to it, then like it would just look like a regular, just regular weirdly colored grass from a distance or from up close. So I was able to set up a material system that would let me scale the grass or scale the pattern on the grass so that we could actually make it match better with places that don't have grass. Because I didn't want to have grass on the entire island because that would have been a performance nightmare. But I wanted there to be enough so that while we're far away from it, you can see the regular ground, the more performant. It's just a plane of just a polygonal plane of surface, with a grass material on it. And then when you get closer to more important areas, then you'll actually start to see the individual blades, um, that are actually going to be in shots. So we do that pretty much everywhere that needs grass, like here and over here, and actually this grass is kind of funky because we only ever see it from like a low angle, so I didn't have to make it super thin or super thick. But yeah, delicious. And then grass. And grass here is so much nicer to make than in Blender because I could actually like paint the grass in and have the grass be, not take 7 years to render. It's a good time. You're gonna draw in Blender while you listen to this. Hot diggity dingoes. I hope it comes out amazing. Was engine? Wait, what? What engine was this made in? What engine was this made in? I'm assuming. This is Unreal Engine 5. Technically Unreal Engine 5.1 because in the middle of me working on the project, they came out with 5.1. They were like, yeah, now you can do nanite on foliage and do like foliage stuff with nanite. And I'm like, oh, sick, dude. That's gonna make like adding in tons of trees way more performant. So we upgraded to that, and that added in a bunch of problems and glitches and problems and stuff, but it's fine. Yeah, the Masks Island, and it's actually the entire map is actually Sonic shaped, because we can do that here. Yeah, there's an ocean system in this program that lets you make a big ever expansive ocean. And I said, bet. Don't mind this weird color difference between the squares. I don't know why that's happening, and I'm not gonna investigate it. Here is also supposed to be the town hall, but that is missing and should be the dissolve effector. Ooh, town hall, there it is, guys. It's hidden in plain sight. We love the town hall. It makes us feel like a service resident. So it's a good time. What's a Sonic? What is a Sonic? When did they release Unreal Engine 5? Sometime last year. I think mid to end of 2022. And it's been out for quite some time. It's a good time. I'm gonna be using it a lot more now, because it can just do a wide array of stuff, that's either difficult, time consuming, or you just straight up can't do in Blender. But this program doesn't replace Blender, or at least it can't replace Blender, because you can't really animate in it. Like you can, but it's kind of garbage. You can't really model in it. You can, but it's not as feature rich. And setting up materials and stuff in it is so much more cumbersome than in Blender. You can just it's just like 2 buttons and then you're good to go. But in here, it's like you gotta do this whole process. You gotta make a master shader and then a child instant shader. And you gotta put that on your thing, and you gotta do it here. Some things in here are more complicated, but for good reason. So it's a good time. We're digging this space, this place. Um, for my first thing ever made, and I think it came out pretty okay. I also wanted to make these cliffs look a little nicer without necessarily just crashing cliffs together, but that would have resulted in me having to model cliffs, and I didn't want to do that, so we get that instead. Which also meant I couldn't put anything on top of them, like other trees or vegetation stuff, because the placement of these cliff bits is technically the same way that I place the trees and the flowers, which makes them not. They're not technically there. They're just kind of referenced in, or like kind of invisibly there. It meant I couldn't put things on them. But yeah, thank you, Atif. I appreciate that. You like this town layout? Thank you. I didn't actually know what I was doing. I'm like, I know I wanted to have this like the entire set or all the sets be like accessible in some way, but also positioned in a way so that if I were to swing the camera the other direction, then you wouldn't see any of the other sets. So I'm like, I wanted them all to be in the same place, but not in the same space, if that makes sense. So that's why there's tons of trees. That's why there's like these sections that are just thick trees and thick barriers to help kind of hide the actual layout of the map. But in theory, you could walk around it and have a good time with it. Like if I can actually turn off all the clips, never mind. One of these was supposed to turn off all the trees, but the other cool thing about levels though is that you can. Yeah, I know Mario. You can do a neat thing where you can have a main level, so like a main big set here, and then you can split versions of it into sub levels that you can then toggle on and off. So the default version of this map is the regular one with the daylight and beautiful water and all this fun stuff, everything nice and dandy. But then there's a version where you can just turn all that off and then turn on the burnt version of it. So I just have a second version of the set with all the fire everywhere and vegetation gone, and some of the furniture can be removed as well. All furniture, park furniture. Yeah, all the furniture can be removed as well, and all the lighting can be changed and stuff. And like you can just set up different instances of the entire place in sub levels. And I thought that was pretty neat. Pretty neato. Pretty neato. So yeah, that's pretty much Masks Island for the most part. It's just a big old space that I only used half of. I also wanted to have a shot with the actual museum, but didn't do that. The paths also don't go into the ground some places. I kind of got a little lazy with putting paths down. Like over here, for example, there's a big gap between the town hall's brick flooring and the actual grass. For like weeks, I was like, oh man, I'm gonna just model some grass extension or something to just put it underneath there. It'll be fine. It ended up not really mattering that much because you kind of are not paying attention to it during the burn sequence. There's flowers in the way. The camera makes it, just makes it less conspicuous. And then we never see that again. So it felt like extra work for no real gain. But yeah. And it's a good time. How dare you burn the trees? We're not burning the trees. The trees are fine. Do I see myself going back to the Animal Crossing universe some days or someday? I mean, I feel like I can't not, since it was the rise to quote unquote fame, but probably in some different and more interesting ways than like just making another Animal Crossing series. So we'll see. What are the flag thingies? Is Mass Boy in a cult? Nope, it's just a gag. Can't see it here. Oh, you can actually. It's just a gag. He's just reused the same flag from last time, but this time with a V2 and a new. Um, it's a good time. How much did I enjoy making it? Foxy, it was one of the most stressful and rewarding productions I've ever worked on. Every day was pain, but then every other day, you know, we look out into the horizon and go, wow, that looks pretty cool. And it would rejuvenate my all motivation to continue working on the episode. But it was hard. Oh my god. It was a time. But I like the end result. I think it came out pretty nice. Thank you, Red. What was the hardest phase to make? I want to say maybe just like I think the hardest thing to do in general in this was just trying to troubleshoot the animation import and export process. There's this really strange issue between Blender and Unreal where Blender exports files in a certain way that has Unreal kind of import them with conniptions. At least when it comes to animation and character bones and stuff. There was this wonderful add-on that the team over at Unreal the team over at Epic Games did, which is the what's a good shot for it? Actually, it doesn't really matter which shot I open, but there was this fantastic add-on that's just called Send to Unreal, and it's literally a one-button click that will prepare all your assets or whatever things you want to send over to Unreal, and it would take it, fix it up in a certain way, export it, and automatically import it into Unreal, and it would give it a folder and everything, and it was all really handy. And I was relying on that for like most of the production, at least for the couple months leading up to actually needing to do some serious animation work, because before, sorry, I'm noticing that the chat has been gone this entire time. Big sad. Where am I going? Over to here. Copy, paste that again. All right, I guess you get nothing. Yeah, it's supposed to be there. Well, we get no chat this time. Sorry, guys. Yeah, it was quite a time. So for like a few months, or for like maybe like 1 or 2 months, when I'm just kind of like getting my bearings in with this and understanding like how like its tools and how it works and how I'm gonna work in it and like figuring out a workflow and all that fun stuff, I'm like, animation, getting animation in here should be fine. So I wasn't gonna worry about it for too long until we do all the storyboarding, until we do all the blocking, until I need to actually figure out how I'm going to set up a pipeline for animating however much animation I need to do, and then importing that into Unreal so that I can, have the animation in Unreal. Did you share and have it disappear, or did you intend for the first one to remain? I don't know. I think I was intending it for it to disappear. The chair he was sitting on, and it came back, and I'm like, that's fine. So working on it, doing the thing. Now we're actually at animation. I'm like, cool. How do I get animation into this thing? And I'm here thinking that this add-on that I have in Blender, this beautiful, amazing send to Unreal button would just work and just do it for me, because it has some settings for exporting character animation and bones and armatures and stuff, and it's got all these these crazy export settings and animation settings and a bunch of import settings and stuff. So I'm like, surely this will solve my problem and just let me export stuff into Unreal. But then I found out that it just kind of didn't do it at all. It brought so many weird problems when trying to export animation or characters and import them into Blender. Things like this, like the scene scale in Blender having to be a certain scene scale, and that changing how Unreal reads the size of your character when you import it. And there's that, like you can either, like all of the tutorials online are all kind of the same. They're like, yeah, you gotta switch this number to like 0.1, then you gotta like take your model and you gotta like scale it up 100, then you gotta like put it into a empty or something, and then you scale that back down to regular size, and then you export it by selecting all your characters and then going up to file and export, and then going as a FBX or whatever. Where is it? FBX. Please, it used to be here, now it's apparently gone. There it is. FBX, and you gotta make sure that like this is selected and this is selected or whatever, and you gotta do this, and you gotta make sure all this stuff is all well and dandy or whatever. Every time you want to export, you have to sit down and commit yourself to this ritual of preparing all your assets in a very specific way, so that Blender exports it correctly, and then so that Unreal could import it correctly. But do it all the times that I was trying to troubleshoot it, it just wouldn't work. All my characters would come in broken, would come in a bit too big or too small, or the animation would be wrong or whatever, and nothing worked. Just not, like, literally nothing worked. And I was on it for like 2 months. I was posting up thread posts on the forum and on other discords and reaching out to people and going like, how the fudge does anybody do this? Every tutorial that I find online, it works for them to a degree, but it's a process or solution that I can't like really do at scale, because I'm gonna have tons of shots, tons of animations, going to be re-exporting the character multiple times. I'm going to be updating the animations multiple times, and like I can't be out here trying to work all these settings every single time I want to export something, because that's dumb. And then the pipeline button that Epic Games themselves made doesn't work. It gives you either something that kind of works or looks kind of okay until you get into doing character hair physics. There's this nifty little button here which is automatically scale bones. Don't worry about what it actually does under the hood, but it basically just prepares your character in a way so that it comes into Unreal with like proper character bone scaling or whatever. So that when you go in to set up your character's hair physics, where is it? What's this? Was it this? Was it this? Was it? I need the physics asset. Sure, we'll do with this. So here we have her, like the little thing for her hair, and this kind of bobs and weaves in the wind. Anytime her hair moves. This only works because the actual bones that are in her hairband or whatever are correctly scaled. What does that mean? It means that for like 2 months, this add-on wasn't actually doing that. Having this button toggled would make the animation look correct, but my character's bones would not let me do the physics stuff. Having it unticked would make my character come in really tiny and the animation look like it worked. Actually, having it unticked would bring the character over, but their entire model would be exploded to like this really ugly degree. Like it would look like Isabelle is like this massive stretching spider of a creature, and totally unusable. So yeah, I was just at a loss for quite a while. I kept figuring out workflows that would get me like 90% of the way there, in terms of like getting a character to look okay, but then like some problem would happen that would make me have to scrap the whole thing.
and there was a lot of screaming, a lot of tears being shed, and uh, it was it was it was pure pain. Yeah, because nothing really worked until I accidentally came across a an add-on for Blender, which was just called Better FBX Exporter, which its sole purpose is to fix this problem between Blender and game engines, which is just preparing your things, all your stuff, so that everything comes in correctly. All your animations, all your characters' bones, and your rigs and stuff, and it'll just work. It'll just work. $20, and I'm like, fine, let me try it. So I bought that add-on. I was able to write it into the export system that I use for the whole project and pipeline and stuff. Excuse me. And yeah, and then that literally solved all my problems. Every single export problem that I was facing for several months, um, just was thrown out the window because of this one add-on. And I'm like, oh my god, thank you. And I was able to do the rest of the project. Everything else was kind of less trivial because now I'm like, the biggest hurdle that I was having the most trouble trying to figure out, which is just getting movement into this program, was solved. Everything else we'll figure that out as we go. It's fine. It's all the effects and stuff, all the editing, all the figuring out the sequencer and all that the jazz, and like none of it really mattered. All of it paled in comparison to figuring out this animation problem. And we did it. It was pretty good, and I danced a lot. In fact, I was testing the add-on, the exporter thing, and it worked. And I immediately ran downstairs and hugged all of my family members because I'm like, guys, my problems are solved. And they're like, what? I'm like, the exporting problem, it's solved. I'm like, oh, congratulations, man. I'm like, oh, thank you. And it was quite the revelation. Yeah. Oh, you want to see what the spider creature looked like? How can I do that? Actually, we're gonna open up another project. We're gonna open up the test version 2. I guess I'll put a copy. Don't save anything. What inspired me to make Lawless Crafting? I was taking a break, a short creative break between two larger videos that I was doing, and I said, "Oh, let's do an Animal Crossing project, like a really short Animal Crossing project, to kind of just practice doing some animation and practice doing some rendering stuff, and just get some more Blender practice in, because I want this next video to be really good." And yeah, I found out that I could attain the Animal Crossing assets, made Lawless Crafting, ended up doing really well, and then from that I decided to do more. All right, is this it? Will this work? Dang. All right, that's kind of broken. That doesn't exist. None of this exists. It's all just Isabelle assets. Okay, well, we can try this one actually. So if I go here and I go into here and I go into here and automatically scale bones, yes. This doesn't have a output for it. We're going to, oh no, all of my things are gone. No, they're here. All of my things are gone. Garbage. All right, we're gonna have to do a little bit of a, wait a minute. I did an animation test somewhere, but where was it? Here? I think here. Pipeline. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out. All right, cool. So we have this Isabelle here. She's animated doing some animation, and it's all well and good. If I go into here and I go and try to export as or send to Unreal, it has to make sure that my scene is set to a scale of 0.1. So we go over here and just make sure that that's correct. If not, it'll yell at me. And we just go to send to Unreal. Wait a minute. No, she's in the thing. And we get an error. Hold on. What are we doing here? Oh my god. Do I have to also set all this stuff up over here too? Plugins. Hold on. I'll transfer your call. Python. Script extensions. Oh my god, it was. I forget how we even set it up. Yeah, we'll do another project. But actually, never mind. We won't do it at all because it's kind of a pain in the butt to set up. But here we have massive Isabel. Here, she's huge. Look, doing her dog standing pose. But just imagine like her geometry just being stretched in every which way, while it's also still somehow being animated. Um, it was quite a horrific sight. Um, and we just kept having that problem for all things animation exporting or exporting and importing. And yeah, it was very unfortunate because it seemed like one of those things that like other developers just kind of figured out how to do and never really like explained how to do it or their best practices for it. I actually ended up coming across this fun story, this fun array of forum posts about this other guy in my same predicament, going, "What the heck is going on between Blender and Unreal? We should fix this." And then he actually was savvy enough to go down into the scripts for Blender and in Unreal and go, "All right, so I found the problem. This part of the script is doing this, and this part of the program is doing this. So maybe we should change this." And he presented it to both Unreal and to Blender. And one of the Blender devs was just like, "Yeah, to fix that, I don't think we really need to do that. It's kind of it'll cause problems somewhere else. So we'll just leave it. No one's really complaining about this." And the guy sat there with eyes watering, and me reading this 4 years later, going also watering, saying, "Please, why wasn't this solved?" Um, but he went on to then write his own exporting system to solve his own problem, and then disappeared. And I cried. I cried a little too much. If you could have a brand new villager type in game, what would it be and why? I had Buck on my island at the first time I played. Well, still technically the first time I played New Horizons, and then one day he said, "I want to leave," and I said, "I love you so much that I don't want to get in the way of you and finding new adventures in life. You do you, man." And I put my hand on his shoulder and said, "But you'll always have a place on this island if you ever want to come back." And he said, "Blah," and then left. So yeah, I guess he's a horse. He's fun. After this, are you still going to do Animal Crossing animations or not? Maybe in the future, but maybe not. No. Sorry, 1 second. Eh, eh, eh. We will be right back. And we're back. Sorry about that. All right. Um, what do you mean, why be right back? I was gonna be right back. Oh, there's no audio playing there? Oh, I'll fix it later. That is hilariously embarrassing. But yeah, it was a good time. What animations are you gonna start doing? You'll have to wait and see. But yeah, we love animation and Canary Cavalry. That's what this program was called. I also didn't show how I did the music. You guys want to deep dive in some of the songs? The program goes hard. Thank you. But yeah, I guess this is a pretty short director's commentary. I literally have nothing else to really show you guys because you've seen most of it. All right, Blender out of here. Prism out of here. Cubase. So, all the music for all the videos ever is done in a program that I like to call Cubase Pro 12. We have a couple songs that we made for this, but I guess I'll start with the least demanding and then work our way up. Like for example, did you know that the song that was playing during Pietro's sequence here was actually slightly edited by me to do two things that I thought would have been really nice to do in the thing. I put the song and then I realized that the beginning of it could probably do with some longer held notes and yeah, just a smoother, slower intro into the opening. So I actually managed to find a KK instrument developed by the wonderful Time Lapser over on YouTube. They went out of their way to make a proper KK slider instrument that completely dwarfs the one that I tried to making, and thank God it did because I hated the one that I made. But yeah, we have. So I got a better, more up to date KK instrument singing system. That is from New Horizons, so it actually sounds a lot more closer and less crunchy. And so we'll use that to do that opening there, and then song plays and does its thing. But then also over here, in the original, KK does this bit too early. And like this section, I wanted to slow down a little bit and hold that last note so that we can have a nice little pause for when Pietro looks back and says his lines again. And then cut back into the why did you do that, Cubase? Stop it. And then cut back into the original. So yeah, somewhere here, I think. So I had KK just re-sing those lines. I remade the two strum chords. Added some vibrato and held for a pause. There's a little bit of a difference between the two, but that with all the other sound in the episode and the water and the what have you, it masks it a lot easier. So pretty cool. I thought this was neat, so we just did that for KK's music. Thank you, Ron. I'm glad you enjoyed the series. Other than that, the song is still the same. It's just KK moody, but KK Moody. We did that. Then we also did there's also a little bit of a diddly done for when Mask Boy gets reset. Where was it? Mini reset? Yes. Where he when he does this bit, we have KK doing a little bit of a beatboxing thing in the back. Some ugly sounding and then a little ending with the honky do. Try to be a little in sync with the sucking motion or the pull down motion. That was kind of neat. Nothing really is going on in this one except for Arcus being Arcus. It's a synth thing that we use. Wow, me love it. It's so sweet, so soft, and that does all that stuff. Oh, which one's shorter? I think Isabel's Ascension is shorter. We'll go to that one. And then there's the song in the beginning, which I tried like a couple different versions of. And by a couple different versions, I mean like we had like the song structure was always kind of the same. I was either adding or removing instruments and layers. But this is the tune that goes on that plays during the opening. When Isabel is talking about her dream and does the she flies around in space. I guess it's gonna take a little while to open. So in the meantime, hey guys, I hope you all are having a great time. I hope you're all eating your greens, breakdancing when you can. And oh, never mind. Why did you choose Mask Boy? Why did you choose the gas mask as opposed to something else? So there's only a couple masks in the game. When I was initially designing the character, and I don't really like using the word designing, I was literally just looking for clothes that were the least interesting to stare at. When I was looking at all the different masks that he could use, the gas mask just kind of seemed the most fun. Because he was either that or like some of the other creepier looking masks that had faces on them, and I didn't want to add any of those because they also didn't cover the face enough. So yeah, I don't know. I saw the gas mask and I'm like, that's it, that's the one, and then we just put it on. Though I'm not sure if you're aware, but the fun fact about why gas mask? That's not a sentence. Why Maskway wears a mask to begin with was because during Lawless crafting, I had no idea how to actually animate any of the faces. So, but I'm like, oh shoot, but I really want to have a village, like a player villager, in the episode. But also since it's like a spooky horror one, I was gonna do a bunch of like blacked out face stuff anyways. So he just needs to have the silhouette. We don't actually need to animate his face or anything like that. So put a mask on him and call it a day. We'll figure out the faces later, and then maybe do a face reveal later. But we never did because people liked him with the gas mask on. I kept needing a mask, so we just kept rolling with the mask guy face, and that was pretty cool. But here we have the first song. This is actually the first song that I'd made in general for this series, and it goes a little something like this. We have a drum doing some drum bits. Please, why did you mute it? There you go. Of all the Isabels standing around and doing their thing. I wanted to have this like this gurgly bass thing doing a about the thing. I also wanted to sync it better to more of the reveals, but yeah, it's fine. yeah, and then this just kind of keeps going for throughout the sequence. It's also kind of weirdly length where I couldn't have an even amount of like beats in it. Um, so when we get here, we kind of play with the time signature a little bit um, so that we could do this and still be in sync. Then we have KK sing his heart out. Yeah, this stuff. Yeah, I thought it was super industrial sounding. I kind of was hoping to go with that vibe, but also wasn't necessarily intending to do that. But I made the drums, and I'm like, these sound pretty crunchy. I like how they do. And then we had this whole climactic sequence with the piano doing a whopping. Which one's a good one? The intent or the goal that I was trying to aim for was a song that kind of like crescendos to or increases in grandness as it goes. Yeah, I wanted to like to sound kind of soft, but also not super duper soft, but also slowly getting louder and brighter and happier and being the total opposite to the beginning. So the whole thing's one big swell essentially, until we get to this little piano bit. And that idea was thought of early on, and I spent most of the time just trying to make it work with more layers and stuff. And yeah, we just kind of kept adding things to it, like this piano with the background. We have like this other piano. We have another piano. And some violins. We have another piano. We didn't use this piano, never mind. We have KK. And then he also has vibrato. And we also have this other Arcus thing. Kinda. We have another cello, but that comes in later. We have Gurgle bass that just kind of keeps doing things. We got Tina Guo. And yeah, just layers. Just layers. Just to make it all sound louder and crazy wild. And there's also this thing. This was also the same thing, I think. Wait, what is this? Oh yeah, this was another version of the song, or at least one of the chord progressions I was going to do for it. But it ended up not really working too well. So we just kind of said, oh, that sounds pretty cute, I guess. Moving on. How we do the voices? So technically, in here. Oh no. Where was it? I don't know where I saved them, to be honest. But we are going to go over here and look for isabel.nk. And we find the speech for Isabel here. And then we get, we're going to copy this URL and we're going to go into here and into here. All right, so with this VST here, this program, it's called Contact. Contact is a sampler, and that meaning you feed into it various sounds, so just MP3s and waves and stuff of just sounds and things, and you can use all of its various tools to play those sounds back to you in different ways. So I ended up making an instrument that was that just took all the different little quips and blips for Isabel and her voice, or for her speech. And this method also was used for all the characters. So I have all their voice samples, the little itty bitty. Oh no, please! Does it? Does it? It's muted. All the little that the game uses to generate the speech. And then I just play them all in sequence. Like if I grab this piano here and put it on the voices, then we get this the beautiful sound of dialogue. So I just made a long chunk of random quips and blips and stuff, and then I would take that and export it, put it into my editor of choice, which is Resolve, and then cut it up and pitch bend it further over there to do all of the Animalese sounds and dialogue and stuff. And I've been reusing the same kind of like chunk of of sounds from for like the last like 2 or 3 videos. Um, because in one of them for Isabel's dream, I tried doing it in a way that where I would actually like surgically piece together the dialogue, like word sound by word sound. But that ended up proving to be very laborious and with not much uh, benefit for the overall quality of things. So we did that for the beginning of Isabel's dream, and then I think the later half I went back to just reusing big sound chunks. But yeah, that's how we do the voices, and uh, that's the secret. It's not much of a secret, but it's a secret. That was the secret. You did so great on this. I really immersed. Thank you. Take care, though. I heart Winnie. Thank you so much for stopping by and hanging out. I hope you had a great time. The secret voice formula. um, yeah, that was this song. Just uncomforting sound effects, KK, and a big crescendoing of sounds and music and pianos and violin strings and stuff. This was made using Cubase Pro. You don't need the Pro necessarily, but Cubase Pro, as well as using instruments like Arcus and Tina Guo and Lost Piano. We love Lost Piano. It's a good time. And then now for the creme de la creme, the piece de resistance, the song everybody. Actually, I have no idea if you guys actually liked it, but the song that I quite enjoyed listening to, the song "You Could Be Better," that plays during when Megabell tells Mask Boy that he's a bit of a jerk. Yeah, I'm like, wow, I want the song to be super duper soft sounding. Um, I have no idea how I came up with the melody. I think it was just putzing around on the piano, and then and said, "Oh, that sounds pretty cute. Let's just loop it for a minute and some change." But we have this piano here that plays. Actually, we have the intro here, which is kind of like Isabel's the previous song, where it sounds kind of uncomforting and weird. And then we do a transition into something that sounds kind of cuter. Oh, thank you, Christina. Isabella said it was one of my favorites. That and Pietro's own act in the video, where he was the star of the show. Did I mention Pietro? Thank you. Can't wait to see what you do next. Bye until the next time. Thank you so much for that, and I appreciate your words. I appreciate you. But yeah, this tune, I just wanted it to be really, really soft, really sad sounding, but kind of not sad sounding. Um, and yeah, I thought it was pretty cute. Why is there a Hello Kitty chair in Reset? Because I was looking through the chairs and thought it was funny, so we added it in. Um, how does this song work? Wow. This one is mostly taken care of by the piano, by this piano doing all the heavy lifting, and then Arcus doing some diddly doodlies. We also have I added this in at not necessarily the last minute, but we kind of just do it in randomly, and then it turns out to sound pretty nice, which was just subtle wind um, from a forest or whatever with trees and such. I thought it'd be pretty neat if in theory Isabel in this space could change the soundscape. Um, yeah, I thought that would have been a fun detail. And they vibe with just more layers. We got this thing down here, which is some swelling strings. We got some bass. We have the Arcus. What is this actually? It's not. It's a cloudy synth, which I think is like a marimba, but we double up on that, as well as this down here. This is another piano, and yeah, it's a pretty simple song. And then we have the cello again, just to help us with the pacing of the song because I can't end it on a whole beat. I had to end it prematurely, so we had to just compose it in a way so that we could get to the ending kind of a little faster to keep in sync with the scene. But yeah, I think it was pretty fun. We also do a big old time ramp here so that all the players slow down and then we get the final little wow, magic. Yeah, and that's pretty much this tune. It's pretty simple, pretty easy to put together, kinda. Um, yeah. Uh, a lot of it was me just kind of pooping around and going, "Does this work?" Kinda, but not really. I had a little recording of me humming this because I thought of the idea sometime earlier, I think, but then but I think that didn't really work too well, so then we did something else. A lot of reiterations and such, and it is a good time. We love making music. Would you hire people to do the work for you? If I could afford it, sure, but um, but we can't, so we do it all. We do it all ourselves. And I also try to like structure my workflow and my whole pipeline in a way so that it can be achievable by one person. Um, like buying add-ons and figuring out better workflows that alleviate the need for having multiple people, if that makes sense. Um, so it's a bit of a time. What app do you use for the to animate? Oh, we use Blender. I have it closed currently, but bam, bam. Our boy Blebder is where we do all of the animation in. All the characters are prepared, rigged, animated in Blender, and then they're exported out from here and then put into Unreal to then be put into the sets and scenes and lit and then rendered. So like here's the scene of Isabel spinning and falling. I had to animate her ears manually for this shot because I couldn't get the physics system to blow her ears down up. Um, but yeah, it was a good time. We animate in Blender. you start animating? I started animating technically back in 2008, maybe. Um, yeah, it was quite a while ago. Like I started animating at a young age, and then said to myself, "Wow, this ain't it, Chief." And then took a long break until sometime in like mid high school, to where I got into MapleStory animation, and then that went pretty okay. And then we went to school for animation, and then and now we're here. Yeah, gimme, 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 gimme. Sure. Yeah, it's a good time. I used to animate. I already mentioned the Blender. I just gimmick all these things. Where do you find it, by the way? Wait, what do you mean find it? The assets for Animal Crossing you can find online. Blender's free. Unreal's free, surprisingly. Resolve is free. So much of this is free. It just requires the time to find and prepare things. You can do it. What would the song sound like in minor key? You're asking the wrong person. I have no idea. That would be like what? Taking everything and just pushing it down one note or whatever. I don't know music theory. I'm sorry. Are you proud of the work that you've done and how far you've come? I am. It was pretty surreal getting this episode out and actually seeing everyone reacting to it and stuff. Because I was working on it for so long, just in general, like just the whole series. So I never thought I'd actually get to the end of it, but we did. So holy cannoli raviolis. It was a really cool feeling. Hey there, hello. Welcome to the stream. Welcome back, Sky. Are you planning on? Are you going? Wait. Are you gonna be doing a face reveal anytime? Yeah, we will at some point. But way in the future. At 1,000,000 subs, make sure to like and subscribe and share all the stuff around with all your mates. Because if you don't, you'll never get to see his face. At the train station. Yeah. What else was there? That's how that song was made. Thank you for listening to me rant about the song stuff. I don't really know if I have anything else to show you guys. Does anybody have any other questions or want to see how anything was made? Because like, once you see some of it, you kind of see all of it. Like, if we go into yonder, like if you want to see that shot that Isabel was falling in, that's kind of neat to look at. This one. How about a new series of Animal Crossing? I am very done with animating Animal Crossing. I have definitely reached my limit in terms of how much patience I have for working with these files. Because I've reached a bit of an impasse where the textures are so low resolution that in order for them to look nicer or to keep elevating the visual quality of it means having to like redo everyone's textures. But that also implies having to redo hundreds of textures. Like Jeremiah here is all of these textures make up this one character, and I don't have the patience to like upscale them and redo them and then reorganize all the files and stuff and then rebuild all the characters and stuff. So I'm like, it's time for something new. I pass the baton on to you guys to make Animal Crossing stuff. Oh yeah, I was gonna show that Isabel scene. fall. This is the map for it. It's just the sun in the sky with a big glowing plane, and Isabel falling from the sky. Where did I put it? Isabel falling from the sky. The sky. We love it. Yeah, this was a fun time. In fact, I think she actually spinning around. Give these. She is. There she goes, guys. Ascending. And then it looks like this to the camera. Wow, fun. How did you come up with the story? I kind of roughed out the overall arching storyline very fairly early on. Like, yeah, we're gonna do this episode, then this episode, and this episode. But all the small intricate details that like weave some of the stories together were kind of just made up as we went. Like the idea of using the garbage DIY card in part one or reset part one. That was kind of just thought of while properly writing out the episode, but the overall arching narrative was like, yeah, Nook is gonna do something to make Mask Boy unable to reset his island, and Mask Boy's gonna craft something or whatever, like, or make some sort of key to unlock it. And then in the middle of making the episode, I'm like, oh, what if we make it the DIY card again? That sounds kind of funny. And then yeah, as we went on, we just sprinkled in some more details on how to make that work in other episodes, and we just kind of did it. So yeah, so some stuff like big plot points were just written beforehand, but most of the stuff was kind of just like thought of and made up as we went. And I also never anticipated even getting to the end of it too. So some stuff was just kind of like jokes for the sake of jokes, that turned into plot related stuff later that kind of just happened to work. But yeah, it was a good time. How great is your computer? You probably got tons of files. Yeah, we got quite a bit. This is a pretty beefy computer. It's got all the hallmarks of like a ton of RAM, a 3090, and a pretty good CPU and all that jazz, and a ton of hard drives to hold all these projects. But I also built this computer last year, in 2019. So it's kind of been pretty much the same general specs for the last throughout most of the production of this entire series. Yeah, it's been a good time. Oh, there's also the fun story this happened during the last couple episodes, but my graphics card exploded. That was a good time. We had to go through like 4 3090s to finish town meeting, Isabel's dream, and then during reset, we had the problem resorted. So it was a good time. But yeah, can I get the giant computer? No, you can't. It only fits in the void. Yeah, we love technology. Really makes you it's really fun. Oh yeah, here's yeah, it really wasn't a good time, but we managed to make it work, kind of. Here we have Colton doing the dance. Wow, what a great guy. Then we have... Oh no, this music's too dramatic. Thank you. We got the level sequence, or the loading sequence level, with these two kind of moving around. This shot is actually kind of fake. Um, it's actually just 3 planes of like moving part of brushing particles to at different depths to make it look all funky. But they also cast light, so that's how we get this fun flashing effect on them. Um, yeah, that's a good time. Um, you have Pietro's Island. We love Pietro's Island. Um, what else did we do on? We did something neat on it, which was. Come on, to me the goods. Meow, meow, Peppo, Peplo. Okay, can I see we're over there? Oh no, he's just doing a weird front-facing pose. Here we have Mass or not Mass. Here we have Pietro's little island. Also an ocean, beautiful. The only one out in the middle of nowhere. I didn't texture the rocks here because we don't actually see them. Same with these corner bits. I was supposed to put grass there, but we never saw it, so I never did it. Um, his island also has 3 different day states. There's night, there's day, then there's nighttime, which also comes with these little fireflies that kind of fly around, and there's the sunset, um, which is nice and sunsetty, and it's pretty neat. It's a good time. Um, we got that. We got the scene with Isabel, um, doing her bit, saying, "Yeah, it's KK Slider. He's here for you. He's here for you, and only, please, and only you. Oh my God, it's Christmas. Thank you." Um, and then they all vibe and dance and sing and have a good time. We love it. Why did you make him a separate island? Because Pietro is on a mystery island. If you ever take the boat and go sailing, um, or not the boat, the plane, yeah, go to Mystery Island and go flying. You can find villagers on their own little deserted islands with little campfires. So took that concept and just kind of added a little bit to it, and then had him camping on an island. Um, and it was all delicious. Yeah, I don't think I have much else to really like show or discuss. Um, I was hoping I'd have more to share, but we kind of don't. We also have effect stuff. That was kind of fun, like smoke. Where is the smoke though? There it is, off to the side. Come on in here, smoke. We miss you. Beautiful. It's actually probably making the stream lag. I'm gonna remove that. Take care, Foxy Plays. Thank you so much for coming around and hanging out. I hope you had a fun time. Hope you had a fun time. Yeah. Um, I guess that's pretty much it. Uh, I hope you guys all learned something. Um, tune in next time. I didn't even say anything funny. Tune in next time for us making the movie. I'll be editing it and streaming most of it. I'll edit it. I'll animate stuff for it. We got to make a title sequence, and I'm really excited to do that because that's gonna be a lot of fun abstract nonsense that it's just gonna be fun to put together. Yeah. I hope you all learned something. Hope you all were well fed. Yeah. It was a good time. It was a great time. I'm how much do I like Animal Crossing New Horizons? A lot. I think it's a fun game. It's definitely the most refined entry in the series, but it unfortunately lacks the most content. So it's kind of a mixed bag of emotions. ACPC Pocket Camp. I tried Pocket Camp when it came out, um, but I was never really into it. It's still on my phone though, so that's a good time. Actually, wait a minute. Um, where can we acquire the cool beanie we saw earlier? You can go to. Actually, can I do it? You can make your way to the Denzel crowd made website to buy yourself your own embroidered Denzel beanie. Um, oh, I have to also do that here. To get your own Denzel beanie, order now, assuming that it's back in stock. I actually don't know if it is. If it is, cool. If not, cool. But if you also want to help support the channel, you can also do so through Patreon or through the YouTube membership. I post milestone posts every now and again, and various other behind the scenes things. And yeah, is the live stream ending? I guess. I thought I had more to show and share, but a lot of it's kind of just too confusing to like passively show. Um, but yams, yams. Yeah, we can go back to the. Oh no, that place is laggy. Yeah, got a question? Do it. Say it. Thank you for the stream. Bye. Take care, Teddy. Thank you for coming around. Gotta clean up your MacBook if you want to start streaming. That's facts. We'll be bringing back Comment Corner. Actually, so I even still have the Comment Corner. In fact, I should be on it now. But it's a good time. There. Look at all your art, guys. It's beautiful. And will Meow and Bow be in the movie? Maybe. Why did you start making animations? Cause I love animation. I'm a huge. Well, that's actually not true. I'm just kind of an okay animator. I'm really just more into doing storytelling and like storytelling through things, whether that be through animation, images, or music. Animation is just it just lets me do all of it. So we love animation. We made this in Blender, right? Yeah, we did use Blender. Blender is what let me animate all the characters doing all the things, and then and that animation was exported out of Blender and imported into Unreal here, and it's delicious. Bop, bop. I have interest in art, and I posted to my channel community. Nice. You keep that interest going. Art's always just fun. Until it's not some days, but it's fine. You didn't know I was making a movie? What's it gonna be? It's not gonna be a brand new thing. I want to make that clear. It's a 100% shameless recycling of all the episodes, but repackaged in a way that should hopefully feel a little fresher or a little more entertaining than just watching all of them from beginning to end. So we'll be doing some other stuff for it. We'll be doing some. We'll be animating some new shots. We'll be making some new sequences, and editing it all in a way so that it works more cohesively as a full quote unquote movie than just a compilation of clips. But yeah, it'll be a good time. It'll be a good time. Will I play AC with your fans? Probably not. I'm kind of a busy dude, but I do appreciate the desire to want to do that. Did actually kill Mask Guy. See, here's the fun thing about that lore. Isabel can sleep now, all right. She's not waking up in cold sweats, going, Mask Boy, because she already got her revenge arc, so she can rest now. But in theory, yeah, he's still out there. He can. He's a man. He's a real breathing human being technically, so he could come back. Will he? I don't know. I don't know next week on the season finale of Mask. We know what the mixed textures do. Mixed textures are kind of deliciously flavorful. They are mixed textures are kind of they're the surface material texture information texture. You plug their various red, blue, and green channels into spec, roughness, and metallic. Yeah. Like this chair, for example. We go into the texture thing for it. We have our BSDF here for for the chairs stuff with its beautiful chair look to it. If I go and grab the director's chair, where is it? If I go and grab the materials or the actual textures for the chair here, we have the color map, we have the mix map, and we have the normal map. The color map, oops, this is on the wrong thing, isn't it? Copy pasta. The ALB is the color map, and that just kind of pops into the base color here, and that's going to give us just the general color for everything. The mix map is where things get wild, all right, because we can't just plug this into anything, because it's got all this weird funky color nonsense to it, all right. Actually, quick pause on this. Let me catch up here on your comments. You excited to see what I'll do next? Me too, Lola. It'll be quite a time. Was Lawless Crafting actually your first idea for Animal Crossing animations? It just seemed the easiest to do. I wrote a bunch of them at the same time. So I wrote Lawless Crafting and Inboxes and Morning Turnips, and I think pretty much just those three all at the same time. But then when I'm like, okay, which one should we actually do? Lawless Crafting was the easiest because it required the least amount of assets, the least amount of sets, the least amount of everything. It was also the most condensed, narratively speaking. So, yeah, I did that one first. The second episode was actually supposed to be Morning Turnips, but I didn't know how to do any of that stuff, so I said, okay, never mind on that. And then for some hot reason, I decided to put in boxes before Morning Turnips. Wait, did I? No, I forget. Which one came first? Oh no, never mind. Sorry, I'm silly. In Boxes was supposed to be before Morning Turnips, but In Boxes has like 13 villagers in it, and I'm like, I don't feel up to snuff to do that yet, so let's not. But yeah, the at least those three. So Lawless Crafting, Morning Turnips, and In Boxes were all written at the same time. Great Pietro was written kind of in a panic after after the positive reception to Lawless Crafting, I'm like, I need another short episode to do really quickly. Um, so we did that episode, and then I'm like, cool. Well, now I feel okay enough to like do the rest of the episodes. So I guess we can try with morning turnips now. So that's the next logical step. It doesn't seem to be as hard as inboxes will be, and then rolled with that, and then kind of just kept doing more. So yeah, it was a good time. Are you Mask Boy? Nope. I just played the character. How did you come up with the idea for Mask? Originally, he was a technical limitation. I didn't know how to do the faces when I was doing Lolly's crafting, so I put a mask on him. But he also wasn't supposed to be any actual villain. He was just he was originally intended to be just a guy. But then the reception for him was pretty positive, so we decided to flesh him out a little more, and then kept the mask. Where do we upload fan art? You can send it to me either on Instagram, on Twitter, in the Discord, pretty much anywhere you feel comfortable sending fan art, and then I will throw it into this mix. I have to update it actually because there's some new ones that I came across that I didn't add into this, but we'll get them next time. The turnip person still in town. It's a mask coming to the island. Technically, well, it's a bit of both. Just doing little things around town. See, that's too wholesome, and I ain't about doing wholesome for the sake of wholesome. All right, we gotta earn our cute moments. Through multiple episodes of unjust hardship. Then you get a hug. Mixed textures. Mixed textures are funky because they're these weird color combinations. But that's actually because they're 3 different color channels, kind of just layered on top of each other. If we go into Blender here and get a separate color node, and then plug that into the thing, then we get black and white information for different regions or different parts of it. Red is usually like shiny stuff or metallic stuff, so you can either put this into specular or metallic. Green is oftentimes at least I use it as like an ambient occlusion kind of map, just to help with some shadow detail stuff. And you can mix this in with the color to help get more definition. I usually would always do a multiply node or give me an add node, a mix shader. No, where was it again? If you just it's a mix node, not a mix shader, mix node. So you take them, put them together, and you put the green into here, and then you multiply it or overlay it. Then that can kind of look nice for some things. It doesn't work for all things, but some things is kind of nice. And then the blue channel is this I will often put in either roughness or spec, because I found in my experience that it's never the same thing for every piece of furniture. Sometimes the red channel looks better in roughness, or sometimes the green channel looks good in metallic. Sometimes the blue looks better in specular. So you just kind of got to experiment. But you separate the mix, and then you just start plugging them into things and mixing them onto other things, and making it look nice and kind of work. So if we put that into there, and then put like red into spec, and then you kind of get whatever, and you can mix them around, and then how do I forgot all the hotkeys for Blender. Oh no. Place. You can just do stuff. Oh wow, I was actually explaining all this while not actually showing any of it. Guys, I'm super rusty at live streaming. I'm sorry. Mixed textures. Look at them. You put them in the thing. You add a separate texture. You put the thingy thing, and you connect it all to the thingy thing. It's a good time. It's a fun time. But yeah. And then you got the normal maps. You got the normal maps doing the normal things. What does this do? Turns out you can't just plug this into the normal map or the normal plugin because uh, it doesn't do anything nice. It kind of gives you this weird shadowing kind of problem, and that's no good. They're everything but normal. So how I work with them, at least, because they're these yellow kind of looking things, is we convert them to regular color information with a separate color. Wait, no, separate XYZ. Yeah, maybe. No, actually that probably does work, but separate color, you pop it in, and we get the red channel, the green channel, and the blue channel is nothing. Red is left and right, kind of. Green is like up and down, or I guess, I guess up and down. And then blue would, in theory, be forward and back for depth information, but we get none. So we have these two, and we just wanna swap them over to look not yellow, but kind of blue. So I usually just separate it with a separate color and then a combined color again. You just put the red into red. I flip the green channel sometimes, because if you don't, then sometimes various holes and trinkets and bobbits and edges and stuff will flip, will be the wrong direction, and shadows on them will look not correct. So if that is the case, you can always flip the green channel to help with that. And you can add a one into the blue, and now you get I don't know, something that looks a little nicer. And you plug this into a normal map. Nope, a normal map node. Bam. And then that's going to give you proper shadow calculations or surface shadow calculations that give you all of these, the wood grain and the I don't know, bolt divots and stuff and what have you. And this is a shiny mess because of the roughness map, but yeah, it's a good show. And that's pretty much how we set up textures onto assets with the different textures. Thank you for coming to half of the lesson because I forgot to show the first half of it, but it's literally nodes. Plug them into the nodes thing and nodes, and yeah, I'm super sorry. Thank you. Yeah. So that you don't know how to draw Maskboy's face, does that mean that he technically doesn't have a face? He does. You want to see his face? You want to see the actual technical nonsense that is Maskboy's face? I'll show you Maskboy's face. Where is it? Maskboy. Actually, do I have the textures in this file? All right, are you guys ready for? Are you guys ready for the big reveal? For the detail that everybody has been wanting to see for the longest time? What Mask's face actually looks like? I hope you're ready to be disappointed because he just has a regular face. Yeah, I set it up the first time and I'm like, cool. Let's just let's get this going back on there. Yeah, so he just has a regular face, and I never bothered to set up anything else for it. He doesn't have a nose because we don't need to give him a nose. So that's it. That's Mask. Do a backflip for us, baby. Oh, okay, maybe not. Maybe. Wow, like an eagle soaring through the sky. Incredible. He's kind of cute. Okay, you guys have had enough. Yes, you've had more than enough of your Maskboy fill. But yeah. So yeah, he didn't have a face for quite a while. They didn't know how to do faces. Well, we figured out how to do faces in boxes. That was the one that actually got us going. No, wait, no, sorry, not in boxes. Morning turnips, because we only had 3 characters that needed faces, and I figured it out for one, and I'm like, ah, sweet. So we made 2 more, and then rolled on with the rest of the episode. You can't smell the smoke from Pietro's house? No, we cannot. Why isn't there enough Punchy in the videos? Asking for a friend? Because there's so many villagers. There's like 20 of each type of villager. And there's like 13 different types of villagers. Oh man. I honestly 100% would love to do something that incorporates everybody. But it's everybody, and that's a lot of people or characters and stuff. Yeah. What happened to the player that sold Raymond in the series? That was that's Susie. She's around. Again, I was gonna have her and Kevin make an appearance in this last episode, but it ended up not panning out. I didn't have the time and resources to put them in, but they're alive. They're vibing. What's your least favorite villager? Probably Hippo. Sorry, or Hippix. I had him in New Leaf, and all he did was harass me, and it made me cry. But I respect him enough to make sure that he's represented beautifully enough in the series that he's in. So good stuff. Yeah. But yeah, I gave you the idea to add your favorite rover. He just seemed like a great thing to include. While I was conspirating with my writers room crew. Yeah, I completely forgot about him. And then he was brought back to my attention. I said, "You're right." And we put him in, wrote him in, and gave him his own little sequence. And it also kind of made sense because he's in every single game. He's kind of this ethereal creature in that transcends time. So thematically, him being in the episode also kind of felt on point. So we rolled with it. Can I add Lily? Maybe someday in the future. But yeah, that's pretty much the episode. How does Splatoon 3 get a Google Easter egg, but not Animal Crossing? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. All right. Well, I guess I'll let you guys all go. Can I make a poll for Village to add? I'm not making more Animal Crossing stuff anytime soon, so sorry, I can't do that. You just got here. I'm sorry, Ray. But yeah, I've run out of things to talk about in show, so yeah, that's it. Thank you, Lola, for stopping by. I hope you had a great time. It was stunning visually. Thank you. I hope you learned something new. So my opinion on Punchy, he's pretty cool. I've never interacted with him myself, but he's pretty cool. Reach by putting one of your Animal Crossing videos in my recommendations. All right. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Uh, no, I'm closing this. This is just eating my computer. Though I should warn you guys, at the end of this, you're all going to be abruptly redirected to the video. No, wait, will you? I didn't actually know if I set it up. Never mind, you won't. But yeah, you accept me. Thank you. So I guess that's it. Thank you all so much for coming around and hanging out, chatting about and being your best use, while as I talk and share how the episode was kind of made. Sorry if I didn't reach or get to something that you were hoping that I would go mega in depth about. I'll be making more content, more explanatory content in the future very soon. So things like how to work with Blender and how to work with Unreal and how to do more of this stuff more in depth is in the pipe. So look out for that if you're fancy. Also, feel free to join the second channel or subscribe to the second channel, Denzel 2. That's where we post all the other behind the scenes technical nonsense stuff that doesn't really fit too well on the main channel. So that's a good time. That'll be a good time. I hope, yeah, hope you all learned something. Hope you all had a fun afternoon, evening, morning, night, whatever time it is by you. And thanks again for sticking around throughout the entire series. I wholeheartedly appreciate all you guys watching and supporting the channel and supporting the series to actually be able to get to the end here. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What else is there? Join the Patreon, help the channel, join the Discord. We have fun there sometimes. That's stream the music. It helps the channel. Yeah. We're off to start cooler things. Come back, maybe not next week, maybe the week after. I don't exactly know when, to the next live stream where we'll start putting together the movie. Till then, thanks for watching. We're gonna go to the setting up home screen because this looks neat. Yeah, that's it. I hope you had a good time. I'm gonna start closing things and speaking words into existence. That's it. I love you guys. Have a good night. Etc. Etc. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. It's a me. Oh. All right. Goodbye. Goodbye.